to the point in a bit, and on to Rahim for the intellectual factor in politics, in contemporary Caribbean, certainly in Lucian politics. They've gotten a bashing over the last few decades. It's not been practical and effective, pragmatic and effective. You'll answer the charge, Rahim, your intellectual cap. But we're going to reports. We have 2 reports from Grosley and Babono on the action today, earlier today, on the field as the electors went about the voting process. Have the first report? Okay, not quite ready. We'll continue with the discussion. Rahim, you're speaking of the intellectual factor. Many have accused the intellectuals' involvement or intellectual approach to politics as not being pragmatic, not being results-oriented. Yeah. And so, unlike the days when we were loaded with the intellectual factor, the 70s, the 80s, and so on, we've seen a kind of withdrawal. Your own take now on the place of the intellectuals and their approach to the place in politics.
Yeah. I think obviously the intellectual always has an appeal, obviously naturally among intellectuals anyway, and within the country by and large, because it gives the country a sense of an air of superiority, to use that term, among other countries. But I worry that at times there is the intellectual who is not able to relate to ordinary struggles and may frame it in esoteric language, as I am doing right now, guilty so, and which doesn't resonate with people on an everyday basis, which is problematic. Mm-hmm. So I observed, obviously, within the campaign, individuals speaking very heavily of economic policy and social policy, language that suggested to me that they were going up for presidents of the European banks and the Caribbean Development Bank. And I don't mean it in a disparaging way, but just to say that we must understand how to engage with people about very critical issues. And it's not a problem of intellectualism per se, but it's just a question of being able to reframe things and get people to understand in a very real way that this is the language for what it is that you're feeling. Because the truth is, there are many rules of science and many rules of economics that individuals, ordinary people, may not be able to explain in that language, but they feel it every day. And they know it. So they know what the taxes are doing to them. They know what inflation is doing to them. They know what a disinflationary policy is without being able to call it that. And I think at times there needs to be that level of engagement within our politics. And I've always made the point that I think at times individuals are very keen on just sort of coming out of the bathroom and just jumping into politics, believing that you can just enter and say and engage in that way, as opposed to submitting themselves to a very deep process of public speaking, of communication, of these things that allow people to understand you, because you will not be able to be related, especially in a context where you have a country which doesn't have very informed debates among political leaders, a country that the part of the political culture is a lot of platform speaking, and it's certainly not, the platform speaking is not a place where all of the intellectuals go to have coffee. But I think these are some of the issues that over time some of the candidates as part of the election need to work on, and they need to work with ordinary people to do it, because I think that may be affecting some of their own deliverability and their own success at the polls. Yeah,
well, we're at it. The youth vote, another constituency that we throw at you. The youth vote, often almost cliched, persons speak of recognizing, acknowledging the youth vote. How you think, how efficiently and effectively that's been, and respectfully that's been treated in the Caribbean. Let's do it more broadly first and St. Lucia. Yeah,
I think in some respects, young people, first of all, I think the data need to be disaggregated, right? Let's start there. I don't think we've gotten particular data from across the region that gives you a very quantifiable way of knowing how many young people have engaged in the voting process. But at times I worry also that the young people as part of the process are engaged in a sort of piecemeal, anti-intellectual way, that they're engaged in as part of the fanfare of Caribbean politics, which is a very fundamental part, which I totally enjoy and love. I think it's a firm part of Caribbean culture and it should never wither away. Mm-hmm. But I worry that they too are not being taken seriously as intellectual components as part of the process, whether it be as part of candidate selection, whether it be as part of manifesto creation, whether it be as part of engagement, as part of the political party, the reframing of the policies, beyond just the sort of mere canvassing and searching for votes among individuals. The truth is, I think at times politicians believe that the demographic doesn't come out in a very massive way. They don't have the data that suggests to them that these individuals are coming in a mass way. So the middle-aged individuals are those they may target more, because these are people that they could count on, that have familial ties to the party, that over time have been loyal and faithful supporters. They're coming to the rallies, etc. So these are the individuals that they can count on. But what I witnessed this far in this campaign suggests to me that young people are part of the campaign rallies. They are part of the production of music as part of the campaigns. I saw some very young faces as part of the rallies that I don't know that they're 18 years old to vote either way. And we've seen a lot of videos as part of our own political terrain, which sees young children singing campaign songs and engaging in that process. So that is why I see these sort of young people fitting within it. And if you look at the candidates again, you may not see individuals within that 20 and early 30s bracket as well that indicate a very strong sense of engagement of young people. Probably as canvassers, probably as part of the youth arms in the parties, probably as part of the foot soldiers, but not embedded within the political parties themselves or part of the process.
There's something I want to interject to your points, which I support, is the fact that if we want to see young people more integrated in the political process, they have to be integrated not just during general elections. And that also begs the question of young people in civil society and the agencies to represent them. For example, the National Youth Council. Where is the role, or what is the role of National Youth Council in ensuring that youth voices are represented not just in parties, but in their own organization that represents them? That's a question that we must ask. And even in our school systems, are young people properly apprised of what their role is? As an educator, when I have discussions with my students about their vote, many times their participation is influenced by their parents. And it's also limited by the fact that many persons also have a limited view of what politics is. They get their education from their parents, and maybe what they might listen to might be one program, and that is about it. And maybe later on, as Ryan mentioned, the popularization of music or the Denry segment, or maybe a few pop-ups of social media influencers as the voices to really engage, but to say that they understand the thing that we are dissecting here, it is not something that is brought forward in the education sector in a formative way, or even in other aspects when we think about national development, so that they have a stake, because we want them to be engaged, not just when there's general elections, but throughout St. Lucia's national development. And that's an important point that we must bring forward.
But what I can tell you,
I'll get back to you, Ryan, in just a bit, but the producers are ready and screaming to run a report from Miku North from earlier today. Miku North.
And we are here in Miku North, and we are, of course, making sure that we keep you upbeat with what's happening for election 2025. Here, we have heard quite a few people came in early on. We saw numbers, according to the officer, that has been unprecedented. She said, and I quote, that it is probably some of the largest numbers she has seen in our history, which shows that the eagerness is there and the excitement is rife for election 2025.
The morning was very, very busy in all areas. Persons actually came out. We had elderly, we had disabled, we had all types of persons coming in just to cast their ballots early. So it was indeed very hectic for us. Polls opened on time, and we went ahead. We tried to avoid delaying the process. There are persons that we were not able to locate on the list. So what we had them to do, just wait a bit, and we attended to somebody else. So as soon as this information came in, those persons were brought in. They were not allowed to wait or to take the back of the line. They were brought in to vote. Actually, we had assistant poll clerks on the outside, assisting with directing the electors to the correct areas for voting. We also had the police assisting to ensure that law and order was maintained. So it went quite smoothly. Persons stayed on that line because they knew that they want to cast their ballot, because they know any rowdy thing, any rowdy behavior, they would have to go out and then relax and then come back in.
I am outside the polling division N5, and this is the Mikud Secondary School. Now today, according to some of the officers, we had seen unprecedented numbers as voters were eager to cast their ballots early. We are seeing numbers coming in, however, steadily, slowly, but surely, individuals are still coming through to ensure that their civic right and their duty is being upheld.
Thank you, Kendall Scadi Eugene, for that report. out of Miku North, certainly one of the constituencies with lots of interest, one of the absolute strongholds of the United Workers' Party, the father of the UWP, the founder, father of the nation, as it were, and the UWP thought then to have been unbeatable for a long time. And so a phenomenal development last elections when Jeremiah Norbert came through and won. Interesting examples, as we mentioned, the candidates and the parties, and what causes certain drifts. One could look quickly at a stronghold, a powerful stronghold, a fortress of UWP in the days. Alan Bousquet, your question, Jimmy, about whether it's candidate or whether it's party. Alan Bousquet was absolutely invincible for so many years when elections. Once he left, and then the 1997 avalanche of tsunami, your choice, came. The UWP lost then. Since then, it's been ding dong and certainly not as garrison as it was in the old days. That was one example. Miku now drifting and up for grabs, which was not the case. And also the thinking about what made certain areas strongholds. Why was the Miku-Dennery belt maybe easier explained with the Compton influence and the banana belt, as it were, and loyalty to Compton, who really put the pressure on the plantation owners and really led, in a true sense, the struggle for banana farmers. But a number of others, the absolute loyalty through the years of Labrie, Vieux-Fort North, lesser extent, Vieux-Fort South, much lesser, but Vieux-Fort North and Labrie. Why then? Why then, back then with Alan Bousquet, what was the magic of Alan Bousquet that so endeared him to the public? And these factors we could look at as we go through and get past 6 o'clock.
To the point where Teddy, bellwether, Babonneau has actually now become a bellwether. But since 1997, Babonneau has never voted with the opposition. Right. Babonneau has always been in government. Whether that remains this time around, bellwethers are bellwethers until they're not. So that whether that remains, the question of Miku is an extremely important one. And I think we also must not discount the influence of what appeared to be a split of the Compton family, because remember, Janine ran not as a UWP in Miku North, and I think that may have served to erode the support of the UWP in that constituency, because the Compton name was no longer strongly associated with that constituency. So that, that's one of the things. But you're right. I mean, why has is Vieux-Fort North's loyalty to the St. Lucia Labour Party, is that because of Cecily? Is Cecily the one who consolidated?
More historical,
than
beyond
exactly beyond Cecily.
These factors are interesting. One has the stories and from the early analysts of the Compton, then in his wisdom, in his shrewdness. Saltibus was a UWP area, and so he took it out of Labrie and annexed it to Chazelle. Some would say gerrymandering, some would say a shrewd move. But what about Saltibus in that little pocket? What made it so peculiarly attached to UWP and ultimately to Compton?
As opposed to Labrie.
Labrie.
But I also think we need to consider, apart from community supporting a particular party, what has the opposing party not done to convince a community to vote? There are nuka kachile nuka palia sumanye lebara nisipo aviefo menupa kachile ki kalite kandida floboka voye pumun choisio. Because yes, the reverse. So but
that's
a wrong kind of mentality to have, because even in the discussion on the Miku North,
both parties in
the Miku North respect, I remember when Jeremiah Norbert was running, and some of my colleagues there were telling me about his approach, that he did not assume that it was a stronghold. He took every household seriously and approached it with that measure, in addition to other local factors, maybe the anti-government sentiment that was on the ground, helped to secure support. And I think an important point that you also raised, Dr. Fletcher, in addition to speaking about Janine Compton's running as an independent, is not merely a lack of support for Compton, but a shift in mindset that we're not taking note of, that is happening among our people, where we have a political memory that links us and gives us loyalty to a party. But when the party no longer serves the community in a way that it sees, there needs to be a breakaway, and many persons are seeing themselves in that light, that yes, we are grateful for the contribution of various political parties, whether it is the St. Lucia Labour Party or the United Workers' Party, but at this present time, does the party really serve or represent what we are? And the parties themselves are going through their own forms of transformations where we see different iterations that may not match the value systems of a bygone era. And these are some of the things we want to look at in terms of the evolution of our voters' behavior and also what the results are where we see historic shifts as we saw in Miku North happening in constituency. So no constituency should ever be a safe seat because you treat them with a level of dignity and respect by sending your best and doing your best when you're in governance so that they feel that you are an option that they want to select.
And also the evolution of that
I want to get back to that in a bit. We have a number of reports, as many as 4 from the field, and we'll run them back to back for the benefit of our viewers. Let's go to some of the action from earlier today. As we approach the close of polls, you're doing the count. Riser, 6 more minutes. What do you have? 5?
We have 6 more minutes.
Let's go to the report.
Until the official end.
Yes,
Hello,
official.
St. Lucia. I am Claudia Monlouis, and a warm welcome to you on voting day, December 1st, 2025, as the GIS brings you the happenings on the ground. We are here at the polling station G4 in the electoral district of Ancillary Canries, and the candidates are Mr. Wayne Girard and Mr. Dominic Fede. Here at polling station G4, we are told that the atmosphere has been relatively quiet and calm, and the logistics have been flowing smoothly. We're taking some interviews and some perspectives from the presiding officer, other staff of the electoral department who are assisting with the flow and running of the elections, and some voters.
I am Dominic Leonti. I am an assistant superintendent of police. For the elections, I have responsibility for the Ancillary Canries constituency. So in terms of a law enforcement point, I am from Canries, and therefore the polling division and the 100 yards mark have been respected. We are, of course, in the safest part of the island, which is Canries, or I could say crime-free. And so, except for the little banter in terms of persons now realize that they could show off their color. So you see a lot of colors around, but on a law enforcement point of view, we have had nothing whatsoever, no disturbances, no quarrels, no fights, nothing. Things have been as quiet as ever. From 5 a.m., the place was packed, but as you know, voting started at 6:30 a.m. promptly. And then there was that kind of, I would not say long lines, but moderate. And there are different polling areas where you would find the concentration of, for example, the box where A to C and D to H. This is the box that has been constantly have persons on it. The other boxes, so right now, if you go there at this time, 11:25, you'd find that the L and the NZ, these things are actually free and open. So we are just preparing for, of course, the contentious part, which is when polls close at 6 p.m.
I'm Roger Labudi, election clerk for the electoral district Ancillary Canries. And I am supervising this polling station, which is G4 of the electoral district, which takes in persons from Unslavedy down to Belvedere of Canries. That is the area that we cover for the polling station. When we open on time. Started on time from 6:30, and we had a very, very large number of persons waiting to go and cast the ballots, and they were able to queue up in a decent manner, and the voting started well, and we did not have any hiccups at the beginning, except for when the data or the persons had to begin to flash who has voted and to actually access whether those persons are on the system as the are verified, and because of the traffic, a number of persons at the moment accessing it had dropped, but we were able to get it rectified through electoral department, the IT unit, and so the voting process has been moving smoothly. Well, with that being done, you had persons being able to come and leave because they have to work, and some persons who want to vote early and get it out of their way. So the process has been fairly and square. There isn't any kind of problem as much to complain about.
Okay, I'm Princess Augustine, presiding officer for polling division G4. This morning, we came here quite early, before 5 o'clock, and this was basically to ensure that polling started on time, voting started on time, and that everything went smoothly. We wanted to ensure that every sign, everything that voters needed or required was ready, and that the poll clerks took their oaths. So we came in quite early to ensure that this happened and to open our gates at exactly 6:30. We have about 20 persons on our team, 5 presiding officers and 1 poll clerk per station, as well as an assistant and a lines person. Okay, so coming in here, this election day is not an easy task. And so, you always need to ensure that the presence of God is in your midst, and, to ask for the patience and the guidance to deal with everyone that you will be encountering for the day, because we know what that's like with different humans of different personalities as well. So, yeah, it was essential that we seek God. The polls will close at 6 p.m. At this time, the presiding officer will count the number of persons who are on the line at 6 o'clock. So if there are 3 persons left on the line, the presiding officer will ask the police officer to stand at the end of the line. The gates will be closed, and everyone on the line before 6 or at 6, which is closing time, will be allowed to vote. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. So gates will be closed. Once you are on the line, you are on the compound, you are in to vote before 6 or by 6 p.m., you will be allowed to vote.
I'm Kezia Charles, and this is my first time voting. And I wouldn't say that I couldn't sleep last night. I think I slept really well, in the hopes that Lucians would make the right decision this time around, especially as a student and a first-time voter. I listened to both policies of both parties, and I decided to make the right choice for my future, and hopefully other people do the same. So, yeah. I haven't gone inside yet. I'm still waiting on the line. We've been waiting for over an hour. I would say it could be a little bit more smooth, especially for people who this is not their first time voting. They already know the procedure. You don't have to explain to every single person. So for people like me, I would say yes, an explanation is needed, but not for every single person. I think that's exactly what's holding up the line. Yeah. And since so many people with the surnames, A to C, that's a lot of people. So it could have moved fast, I would say.
It is plain. The issues are there, and you have to choose the best place that you want to vote, because it is critical and it's important for our country. And if we, as individuals, as people of St. Lucia, love St. Lucia, will do the right thing. What I will say to them, please, don't be reluctant. Come out and vote, because our country, we need it. Well, it was fascinating, but I'm thinking, I was taking a look at the ballot. It was too clear, so that people can see. If you don't cover it with your hand, they will see where you vote. It wasn't good, but I covered it and I put it where it belongs.
From the reports and certainly the anecdotal reaction and we've gotten earlier in the day, that generally the elections seem to have gone well and organized. The occasional incidents But generally, as has been the case the last few elections, has gone well. It would be remiss not to go into the personal experiences of the panel earlier today. Edwin?
Well, I got to the polls just after 6:30. Went up to 7. The lines were not very long. I don't know if it was a particularity about the line I was on, that, you know, it went through within 10 minutes. I was able to get to the, you know, the various officials.
But tell us where you're coming from.
Sure.
Tell us where you were voting for.
Oh, I voted at the preschool, the convent preschool, right? And you know, this is where I voted for the past 3 or 4 elections. Okay, so it's very familiar to me. And I could see walking down the road that all the posters were removed, right, within the 100 yards area, except 2, curiously, were still there. But I suppose it's sometimes impossible to get to all of it. The flags, some of the flags were still there. I suppose it's much more difficult overnight to remove flags and stuff like that. And they told me to take off all my electronics. And, you know, I went and exercised my franchise, so to speak.
Trust your voting finger.
My voting finger.
Right.
Yes. Is it that time?
It's 4 minutes after 6, so polls will officially close. However, those persons who are still on the line will still be granted the right to vote.
So persons are no longer, as they say, to go to vote.
No.
Those on the line will be allowed, but you cannot now be heading to a polling station. History, gentlemen and lady, we certainly presiding over it, that the decision night, as we're saying, it was decided today. In a few minutes, the results will start flooding in, as they did. They will indeed flood in, and the curiosity of the public and the electorate has hardly ever been higher as we went through. But quickly, Rahim and Riza, your experience at the polls today?
I'll allow Rahim to go before.
I think mine went smooth, actually, at least for myself. I may have been some issues of my own doing with finding my name on the list by virtue of having 2 surnames. So I wasn't sure whether it was registered under Augustine or Joseph. It turns out it's the first surname, not the second. Interesting enough. So it went pretty smooth. I think nationally, however, we will hear some more reports of the very long lines as well, and the situation of the police over the weekend, which was quite.
The mid-morning seemed to have been okay though.
Yeah.
Mid-morning. Let's just try to make contact with one of our panelists who was remotely joining us, Cynthia Barrow-Giles, Professor Cynthia Barrow-Giles in Barbados. Do we have Cynthia on the line? Good evening, Cynthia. No, we don't have Cynthia.
Not as yet.
We don't have Cynthia as yet.
So
we can go in, rise up.
Continue. So I am registered to vote in Beaufort South, and I was a little earlier than Mr. St. Catherine. I leve bien bonne. I parti bien bonne. Quand c'est mon na, I 10 minutes après 6 heures, so 10 past 6, and the line was long. So there was great enthusiasm to vote in Beaufort South. It took me about an hour. For me to cast my vote. I did so with my mom, and then to prepare for us to be here today. So from all looks of it, persons were enthusiastic to come out early to make sure that their vote counted. And that says something about people wanting to make a statement as to where they want this country to go.
The enthusiasm in Beaufort South, Beaufort North, Labrie will be very high.
It is.
And that is because of that health-related issue with the opening of the hospital and how they felt marginalized to some extent. So I think that there will be some
candidates
for that.
Candidates too, both in terms of the incumbents and the opposition candidates as well are playing a huge role in terms of these elections. And again, when the results come up, you'll be able to give a more concrete analysis of the why. We're not going to predict or say anything that we're not sure about at the moment.
And you spoke of candidates, incumbents, this incumbency issue. How often, or if ever, has an incumbent government candidate increased his margin or indeed absolute number of votes? Interesting. That someone in government, as the parliamentarian for some constituency, been able to increase their vote during incumbency. it's often challenging to do so, to increase. Very challenging to do so. Incumbent candidates have, the likes of Philip Pear, as incumbent candidates from opposition to government when there's a national swing. But indeed, when you are, in fact, let's see this year, Philip Pear would be telling himself that perhaps he could try to
Typically, what happens with an incumbent is he has a lot more name recognition, so he can better fend off challenges.
Some might say more resources. Some might say the state machinery to be wisely used. There's no running from that. But there's also the attrition, and more people to please. Then you are the target. You are to deliver. The more pressure on you. They're more forgiving when you're in opposition than you don't have the state machinery.
Well, the wisdom
could be an example of that too.
The wisdom is you start losing votes from the day you win the election. That's the wisdom, because you see you've promised certain things. You have certain expectations. You, despite your best intentions, it will be difficult for you to meet the expectations of everyone. So from the day you've won that election, the very next day you start to lose votes. There's attrition. So you're right. I mean, this election will be very interesting to see, not just on the candidate level, but also on the party level. What happens to the St. Lucia Labour Party. There's been all sorts of talk about how better it will do or how it will do, and the United Workers' Party has also been countering of how well it will do. So I think it'll be very interesting to see whether an incumbent party is actually able to increase its standing over the last time, whether that works out, as some within the Labour Party have been predicting will work out. That will be a very interesting dynamic. But going back to the whole thing about voting, Teddy, I mean, I have the distinction in voting in A1A. So that's the first thing that's on your list, A1A. And I usually, like Edwin and Raisa, go to vote very early in the morning. This time I decided, you know what, I'm too used to getting on that line for 6 o'clock and staying an hour on the line. So I went to vote at 8:30, 8:45. There were 3 people in E2F ahead of me. One was in actually voting. There were 2 people ahead of me. I was in and out in no time. So this was the most pleasant voting experience I've ever had. But the other lines, with the exception of G to I think, was also short. All of the other lines, P to Z, was a disaster. P to Z, there were people, I think, on P to Z all day long. My wife went to vote, and she votes in she doesn't vote in P to Z. She votes in the one just before that. And she told me her line was long, but nothing like P to Z. So there's some lines.
So don't they, have a voters list, you sort it alphabetically, and then you do a quantile.
But I think what they do, Edwin, I think what they do is they do on the basis of the number of electors. The same thing we're going back to. So okay, you have 300 people in polling division A1. Right. So let's say you have 5 different polling boxes in polling division A1, and you decide you will go with 60 per polling box. But you're assuming that there are actually 60 electors in each box. Some of these people are not there. Some of these people might have migrated. So you might find that a box might have 60, but only 50 people on island, and another one might be showing 60 and it has 60. To just simplify it. So I think that's a problem.
I think something else which came up, which was quite worrying, and I hope it was rectified, is this idea of the police vote in the South. I mean, I think it's common knowledge that the South has the most emergency personnel for whatever reason. But the Friday vote seemed to have been a very long and arduous task, which is akin to disenfranchising individuals, because individuals can decide this is taking too long and I'm going home. So it'll be interesting to see, especially if it is that we have some of the data that will inform that level of attrition, that level of being fed up, to use local parlance, and having to stay very long. Of course, I commend the officers for staying for so long to exercise that franchise, but it must have been very, very frustrating, and something must have gone terribly.
But it should also be noted, Ryan, that those who were not able to vote on Friday were able to vote today. So, but I agree with you that staying on the line until 10 o'clock and not being able to vote is frustrating, but they were able to vote today.
I mean, in any instance, I think the provision then even makes it even less attractive, because imagine if I live in Grosley, but really I voted no.
What are divisions? There are divisions cut off. However, for the East and the South, as you rightfully said, there is a large proportion, not just of police, but also fire officials and others that had to come in. And I also think the issue from some of the complaints that came to me from persons who I know who are police officers and fire officials is that they do not believe that there were sufficient individuals at the polling stations to man the number. So perhaps they did not anticipate the number
There's been
that
effectively
actually
a
came
concession.
out. So there was a report that came out where an apology was given in that respect to approve the process, to improve on it in time to come.
Well, some might say they hang all our analysis and certainly dissecting, but in the end, they may throw at you, isn't the election has become really and truly for the average voter, elector, a referendum on the leaders, on the two leaders?
I think to some extent it is. I think to a large extent it is. I think particularly in our politics where the leader plays such an important role. I can't say he or she because the only time we've had a she was when Dr. Morella Joseph led the United Workers' Party in 2001. But he plays such a central role, and it's so important to how people perceive the party. And I'm sure Edwin, as someone who has done polls, can verify this. But when you poll, one of the things you always look for is the popularity of the leader.
Yeah.
And in some cases, you see that the leader is more popular than the party.
Yeah.
So, and the leader then lifts the party up. I without seeing any...
Or conversely,
and without seeing any polling data for this year, I would be very surprised if Philip J. Pierre was not as popular or more popular than his party. Because Philip J. Pierre enjoyed the popularity this election that, you talk about this whole question about people improving on their electability. You saw that with Philip J. Pierre. So that is something that I think certainly has to be factored in. What role does the political leader play in enhancing the prospects or diminishing the prospects of his party?
Yeah. Just before we get the votes, the big factor we must consider, a major factor in the change, the progression, some may say, or the change dynamic in the politics, campaigning and so on. New media, social media, rise up. I know you're very keen. You, in fact, one of the antagonists. Let's go.
I simply study what changes take place in how we communicate and the evolution of it and who it's targeted towards. So information is very important to a voter. Nous passons tout partout à cette ici. So de nous tout qu'avait trois programmes. Il y en a Castri, il y en a choisi, il y en a V4. À même l'état puis nous social media. However, one of the challenges is now trying to ascertain truth from disinformation and also misinformation, where individuals, once they see something online, automatically it's true without even verifying. And then you also have the use of bot farms. So this election season in particular, I saw, for example, in official news media articles, a number of comments. However, when you click the comments, they're of fake pages. Over a dozen, and these fake pages are like by 20 dozen fake pages, some in Jamaica, some in Malaysia. And these things also shape the mindsets and the perceptions of people. So just let me see cut a particular policy or action. So how do we now help our populace become more discerning, educate them on what is true? What do you look for when you look at a comment? How do you read something? How do you verify that an article is actually something that is worth it? So because you want people to actually have real information to make decisions that change their life for the better. Because honestly, all St. Lucians is my genuine belief. They want a better life for themselves, and they're trying to make sense of what is happening in the political space with what they have. Now, if that information is not truthful, you distort people into sometimes even voting against their own interests, and that is very dangerous.
And then also, I think I empathize with the shapers of information, of campaigns. Is infinitely easier previously to me when you were more involved to channel information, established media, mainstream media, 3 stations, you channel and programming. Now from all sources, somebody could derange the message, upturn a certain information path. And so it's almost impossible to control. You have to battle against it. And everybody is a media outlet. Everybody becomes a media outlet. The influencers are crazy, the fake pages, the party pages. And so it's just so difficult to channel the information and then ultimately clearly there's a demographic, particularly the under 30s, under 35s, you might argue, who depend on that social media and less inclined to go to mainstream established media. So it is really a riot of competing, not conflicting, but competing information channels.
There was something I was very worried about this election, and unfortunately we did not see much of it, and that's artificial. Now, because information is so readily available, but the converse of that is that you can create information, so you could create a new truth, a new reality. So that is something, and like I said, I was very worried about what artificial intelligence, how it would have been used in this election. Fortunately, maybe they didn't have the time to do it, at least the purveyors of mischief. But it is certainly something that we have to look to.
There's also a bit of exhaustion with AI slop. Like sometimes when you see a video, you immediately get an icky feeling about it. There's something off. Right? I think people are becoming much more attuned to be able to make that sort of distinction between,
And Teddy, there's also Edwin. Teddy, there's also another issue that I saw today. I mean, I went to vote and I was asked to surrender my phone, surrender my smartwatch. I said to them, I don't have a smart wallet, but I surrendered my wallet also. And all of this is to prevent me from taking a picture of the way I vote. However...
And you didn't take out the ring?
No, well, I didn't take out the ring. I am wearing the smart ring, but I can't take pictures with my smart ring. But my glasses.
Glasses, yeah.
You could be wearing Meta or any other glasses, and you could go in there and just do this and take a picture of the... Now, unfortunately, the people who are manning our elections have not yet been told that... But how do you now tell me, if I'm wearing smart glasses, but I need the glasses to see, that I need to take my glasses out to vote? But if I take my glasses out, I can't see to vote. So, these are all things that now, because of technology, we will have to find a way to factor into our politics.
We're looking at, as you say, waiting now for the first set of results to come in. They are due very shortly as we get the data coming in from electoral office from the different places. Your experience in the elections, Jimmy, many make the point that from your agents, you do get a sense very early how you're shaping up in the election. In other words, there is a great propensity of persons to gravitate towards the colors, the agents' colors of who they're supporting. What during your campaign and elections experience was the indicator you used most to get in an early sense?
Well, I never went up for elective politics, so I only have to depend on what the colleagues of mine in the St. Lucia Labour Party, which I was in, would tell me. So I think there are two things, Teddy. It's not just the people where they gravitate, but you are also supposed to know your voter. Because the way you win an election on election day is getting out your vote. You don't just go and bring anybody out to vote. You go and you bring your supporters out to vote. So your 100 yards people, the people who you have in the polling station, because when you go to vote, there you see people that are dressed in red and you see people that are dressed in yellow. Those are the respective agents of the parties. They, in crossing out, they would have an indication, okay, Jimmy Fletcher has come to vote. There is a very strong possibility, I suspect, that Jimmy Fletcher voted for the Green Party. So I cross as far as I'm concerned, the Green Party has just gotten a vote. Edwin St. Catherine is coming, but I'm not sure where Edwin is, So, and you also should know if Teddy comes in, who's Teddy voting for? So you're not just taking count of your supporters, but also of also the opposition, and you tally that with your 100 yards people. Yeah. So you get it's your kind of exit poll of how your vote has come out, and also you are supposed to have a good ground game, and you're supposed to get your people out so that you know how many of your people you've gotten out, because you are supposed to do a mop-up by around 4 o'clock. You check, okay, boy, even in this particular box, a lot of my voters haven't seen.
The jargon, the bank vote.
Yes, exactly.
We're going to some reports. We always like to bring the actuality from early in the day. Grozile, Babono, we also have Castries North, Castries East, Central, and also we feature the special arrangements made in certain of the areas for the persons with special needs.
Bon après-midi, cette ici, après nous communauté lagué Babono, après je vais parler by assistant pool clerk, mademoiselle. Oui. Mademoiselle Zasha Charles. Bon, Mademoiselle Charles, dis-nous, comment a été commencé bon matin?
Well, bon matin a passé bien. Nous avons commencé à aller. Mon sorti pour venir voter. L'année c'était polling station qui était plus passé l'autre, mais nous avons managé et pour à présent nous just ni pas chay comme un bon matin. Oui.
So vous voulez dire un chay monte vini bon matin avant yo aller travail?
Oui, la tenue plus bon matin à présent il just flowing.
Okay. La tenue pièce désagrément, désordre, tout été aller bien?
Non, pièce désagrément, tout été aller bien, nous pas tenir pièce problème. Pour à présent, tout aller bien. Nous pas ça rien about cut that. Yes. Pour à présent, nous pas ça nous ni pièce problème, tout aller bien. Oui.
Okay. So plus tard, les moun quitte travail. Ou quoi la kay ni chay moun ki kay venir encore?
Peut-être well moi quoi because à présent tout le monde a taille so moi kay quoi that tout le monde kay venir après taille pour venir voter.
Avant 6 heures?
Oui, avant 6 heures.
Okay. Merci, Mademoiselle Charles, pour parler avec nous. Après ça, moi, je vais parler by madame qui vient voter. Et que moi, je vais juste demander une petite question. Nous allons demander en anglais et qui va répondre en créole. What motivated you to come out to vote this year?
Moi, je viens voter parce que moi, vote.
C'est ça seulement?
Oui, c'est ça seulement. Ou actuellement.
Ok. So, là, ou quoi, là, ou vini, c'est un bon lait, la panier chay moun, la panier?
Moi, j'ai un travail avant, moi, venir.
So, ou pour un half day?
Oui, moi, pour un half day.
Ok, wonderful. All right. Merci pour parler, Bano. Moi, je vais parler, et puis, candidate là pour Babono, Monsieur John Paul Estefan. Monsieur Estefan, comment est-ce aujourd'hui?
Oh, moi, très bien. Moi, j'ai passé tout partout, visiter toutes ces polling division et bagay ka gade très bien pour nous.
So what stood out to you most about the campaign leading up to today?
Well, the government has done an outstanding job, and then everybody recognizes that our Prime Minister, our leader, Philippe J. Pierre, he's the man ready to lead St. Lucia again. And I believe when the results are counted, then the people of St. Lucia will give him a very decisive mandate going forward, managing the affairs of the state.
How are you feeling at this stage of the process?
Well, I've always been confident. The Labour Party has done very, very good work. I am well grounded in the community. And the people of Babono, they support me well. And I believe that they will show that in when the results are counted.
Well, thank you very much. Merci. Merci bien. Merci beaucoup. Merci Stéphane. And of course, we're looking forward to results later.
Okay, merci Achai. Bien bon, enjoy your day.
Bon après-midi, cette Lucie. Après, nous, Babono toujours, mais nous, Babono Catholic Church, the Babono Primary School and the Babono Catholic Church. Right about now, we're speaking with our candidate from the United Workers' Party, Mr. Titus Preville. And of course, Mr. Preville, just tell us how has the atmosphere been like from your perspective as you've been visiting the various polling stations?
Well, from the turnout this morning and up to this point, we've just gone past almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. People have demonstrated a level of commitment to casting the vote. The process has been fairly lengthy, and there are a couple of things in my view that has led to that. In the case, for instance, of the polling division, the polling station in Balata, that is the Balata Combined School. There are only 195 or there are about 180 something persons on the voters list cast to vote there. And a number of people in Balata therefore have come to Babono to vote. And you've had, and between Babono primary and secondary, you've had a number of persons therefore waiting for inordinate lengths of time to cast the ballot. And the second thing which has led, in my view, to the fairly lengthy delay is, and it's understandable, but there must be a way to make it more concise, is the explanation that the presiding officer is duty-bound to give the voter in terms of instructions on what is involved in the voting process. So it could take up some time depending on the level of understanding of the person. So that is, in my view, one of the issues. So in the future, it's obvious to me that a more electronic system type of voting would make life a lot easier. We are not yet there. But I think between an overloading of certain polling divisions with many people and an underrepresentation of people in other, at least in the case of Balata, has, in my view, led to some delay. But the atmosphere has been one, I believe, that is characterized by people determined to exercise their franchise.
Mais comment est-ce que aujourd'hui?
Moi, même je suis toujours senti comme ça, relaxed. La panique de bagarre qui a fait moi pas relax parce que comme il y a de moi aller dormir en place bon Dieu. I sleep in the Lord's arms. I go to bed there. Moi lever côté moi avec Lila. Alors la panique de bagarre sur la tête qui a fait moi qui casser moi parce que confiance moi c'est en Dieu.
Okay. Well, merci, Mr. Preville. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Okay, so right now we are closing up at the Babono Primary School, where the Babono Catholic Church is as well. And of course, right now I'm speaking with Assistant Polling Clerk Malik Athanase. So Malik, tell us, how has the voter turnout been so far?
It hasn't been bad. It started off slow, and then gradually, given the different time intervals, people came in bit by bit, and it simmered down after a while, and then yeah.
Any challenges with keeping the flow of the line and keeping the process to go smoothly?
I mean, you had one too agitated, patriots, people impatient, people not knowing where to go, who to consult. So they were agitated. Some people were cooperative, but all in all, everybody did what they had to do, and it went smoothly.
So there wasn't that rush this morning before people went to work?
Yeah, there was that rush. Those were the agitated ones, but eventually, we sorted certain things out. We ensured that they were satisfied with the service, and it ended positively.
So you're looking forward to that after work one?
After work one.
Yes, and he's taking a deep breath.
I didn't take time to think about that, Hopefully it's not much, because I feel like this morning we had a big turnout. There was a large number of people, and I guess now, given the time, is calm down. So hopefully later on, it's not as hectic as it was this morning. Yes.
All right. So another question for you. As far as people around your age range, can you tell us that you saw a lot of young people around your age range coming out to vote?
Surprisingly, I saw one or two, but not much. But I see you have one, two people who have one or two concerns, I guess, politically, one or two young persons, which is nice, which is thoughtful. But not really, not that much, but hopefully in future there'll be more to actually come out and make a decision for what's best for the country.
And probably they went to the other polling stations in Babono?
Probably.
All right. So thank you very much for speaking with us, Malik. And of course, hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, no problem. It's a pleasure. You as well.
Thank you.
Bonjour, Setlisi, and of course, welcome to this historic day, December 1st, 2025, Election Day in St. Lucia. I am your host, Ika Fergus, representing GIS for today, and I'm outside polling division A1, which is the Groves Lake Primary School. Now, the atmosphere right about now is very calm. I guess the rush has already passed, but the polling officer, who is Mr. Hilton Okilier, will give us, a little more detail on what has happened so far. Hi, bonjour, Mr. Okilier.
Bonjour, bienvenue.
Okay, so Mr. Okilier, tell us, how did the opening of the poll go this morning?
This morning we started on time, 6:30. My staff, both polling poll clerk and assistant and agents, were sworn in by 6:05. And we were ready. We started receiving our very first person who was already waiting at 6:30 sharp. Our G2I has been steady but not rushed. Presently, there's nobody there. There's a lull right now, but we have had no challenges. We have had no issues. We have had no disturbances.
Wonderful. So can you say there was like a big rush this morning because persons wanted to vote before they go to work?
There was a line, but not in G2I.
Okay.
But I could see it around, but we haven't been flowing steady.
Okay. Wonderful. And of course, any challenges managing any lines?
So far, from my advantage point where I can see a few lines, I can see there's still some people, but we don't have any challenges so far. Yes.
So looking forward to continuing the process until 6 p.m.
We're anticipating after work that we'll get the line having a backlog, because people who probably did not do it this morning, when they come in after work, we will continue to exercise their rights.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilton Opilia, who is the polling officer, or one of the polling officers for polling division A1 at the Groves Lake Primary School.
Right now, we are at polling division A1D, which is the aquatic center. And of course, this polling station covers the areas of Molave, Rodney Heights, and Larry Twett. Right now, I have the assistant polling clerk, Miss Nicola Alexander, with me. And of course, she's just going to answer a few questions briefly while we have people coming in. So, Miss Alexander, how did the opening of the poll go this morning?
Well, it was very early this morning. We had to be here for 5. When I came, everyone was setting up. So it went well. It went relatively well this morning.
Okay, were there any delays? Any challenges?
No, we didn't have any delays, any challenges. We started on time. Persons were here very early, so persons were able to come in and vote. So it went really smooth this morning.
So I suppose the turnout. How has the turnout been?
Well, it started very busy this morning, early morning. So maybe around 9-10 o'clock, it started to get slow. Persons started trickling. Until now, persons are starting to pick up. So it's been fluctuating.
So you're definitely looking for that other bigger rush about probably after work.
Yeah, that will be a big rush. I anticipate there will be much more persons here after work.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Miss Alexander, and of course, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're still here at polling division A1D, which is the aquatic center, and right now I got a chance to speak with two observers from the British High Commission, Miss Quantrill and Miss Zimbani. Welcome, ladies. How has it been so far? How many places have you visited?
Well, it's been good so far.
We've been through the Babonneau constituency. We've been through Union, Babonneau proper, Laguerre, Moshi, and now we're here in the Aquatic Center. It's been very well organized, very well put together. People, different communities have different feelings, atmosphere. Moshi especially had very lively atmosphere. Babonneau was pretty quiet, pretty stable. It's been good so far. Good to know.
Wonderful, because we're heading to Babonneau right now after we speak to you ladies, so most definitely. And you, Miss Quantrill?
I've been really impressed with the election so far. You know, it's been very calm, it's been very peaceful, people have been very respectful, but it seems like people are turning out in great numbers, which is great to see.
All right, so thank you very much, ladies. I know you have to continue observing until 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, so
and watching the election result with everyone else in the country, I'm sure.
So ladies, do enjoy the rest of your day. And I know you still have a lot of ground to cover. So looking forward to the best. Okay, thank you.
It's election day right here at polling division A1C. And this polling station covers the areas of Rodney Bay, Montreal, Ridgeby, and Ridgeby Orchard. Speaker again representing GIS for today. And of course, I'm speaking with Assistant Polling Officer Shoma Victor. Now, Shoma, how did the opening of the poll this morning?
This morning, the opening of the poll went very well. We were ready, and of course, yes, persons were here from 4:30. They arrived before us. They were scheduled to arrive at 5 o'clock. 5 a.m. this morning. We opened this morning we were supposed to open at 6:30. There was just a slight delay, but everything went well. The lines were very acknowledged. But gradually, throughout the delay, kind of calmed down. Right now, there's watching the lines. Persons who were standing there with the surnames from D to G. Okay, so apart from that, persons from A to C come, they go. All the others come in, they go. It's just that D to G, because of the amount of surnames within that area.
Welcome back as we get our first set of results for the coverage on elections 2025. Riser Joseph, you have the first set of results?
For Rush Clark, we have 60 votes. That is Soissat. Stanley Felix, 7, that's a set. Richard Frederick, Soissat, 6, that's 66. And Andrew Matthew, 2, that's a D. So repeating, Rush Clark, 60, Stanley Felix, 7, Richard Frederick, 66, and Andrew Matthew, 2. So these are the early numbers of votes for the Castries Central constituency. Castries South, the opposition candidate Tommy Descant has 59 votes. Ernest Tilley has 155, and David Hurd has 2. So again, Tommy Descant 59, Ernest Tilley 155, and David Hurd 2. We're just going to scan through to see if there are any others that have popped up. But so far, we have for Castries Central once again. Oh, Castries North. Castries North has been populated now. For Stephen Favre, 48. Howard Witt, Stevenson King, 97. Catriven is set. And Marcella Steed, the independent candidate, has 1 vote. No votes tallied yet for Gina Matthew. So Stephen Favre, 48. Stevenson King, who is the incumbent, 97. Gina Matthew has not registered any votes as yet, and Marcella Steed, 1 vote.
And we need to say that that's in C2. That's in C2, the Patricia James Secondary School, P to SM. That's the box, the ballot box, P to SM. That's yes. So that's what Rice just gave there.
Go back. Right on the earlier ones, Central and South.
1 second. So for Castries Central again, Rush Clark had 60. Stanley Felix 7. Richard Frederick 66. And Andrew Matthew 2.
South again.
And that's 1 box.
Which box?
1 box.
What box it is in?
Not as yet.
Yeah, I'll get that for you.
So then we're going to South.
Castries South. Tommy Descat has 59. Benesile, who's the incumbent, 155. And David Hood, the independent candidate, has 2. And I think we also had, these are the early numbers for now.
Yeah. We're seeing in Central, who's running so far between Rush Clark, the 2 established parties, Rush Clark and Richard Frederick. Richard Frederick from Rush Clark, became an independent. Richard Frederick, 66 to Richard Frederick, and 60 to Rush Clark, and 7 to Stanley Felix in that constituency. And we had 2 to the new party, Matthew. And we also had in South, Castries South, Ernest Hilaire, incumbent from the Tunisia Labour Party, 155, Ernest Hilaire, Tunisia Labour Party, 155, and 59 for Tommy Descat from the United Workers Party.
And 2 for the
independent candidates. Good.
And that was in the Lacroix Mengo School F3 for Ernest Hilaire. That is the box G to K. Lacroix Mengo School, Hess School F3 G to K. That's the result that came in. 59 to Descat, 155 to Hilaire, 2 to Hood, and there were, I think, 3 rejected.
Yeah, and that's about 5% of the voting population is where those votes are coming from in the case of Castries South. So, it's still, fairly early.
You think the figures represent on the area?
No, the area the votes are coming from represents 5%. Right.
The area the Labour Party has done well in Lacroix Mengo.
Yeah, but relatively less well than the other areas within Castries South. So that is actually one I really, if this is completed early, I would want to see if Ernest Hilaire does better or worse than his performance of over 20% in the last election. Right?
The figures from last election in that area?
Yeah, well, from the last election, he won that area by about 20%, right? And the margin of that F3 Lacroix Mengo is now 44% in his favor. I'm saying this is not, you don't write home about that yet, because that may just be one specific case.
Not representative.
Yeah, it's not representative as yet, because,
The background, and we're just trying to identify where, in fact, in which box did the Rush Clark, which
I can give that to you. That is in E1, the Carmen Rennie Memorial School, A to E.
Yeah.
A to E. A to G. It's A to G. It used to be A to E the last Carmen Rennie, A to G. Richard Frederick 66, Rush Clark 60, Stanley Felix 7, Matthew 2. That is where that number is.
South City School, as we call it, in the heart of the South City area.
In the heart
Carmen Rennie School, 60 and 66. But interesting that the results would in fact come flooding in.
What it shows, however, Teddy, is that there are fewer people. There are fewer people who voted this time around, because the last in that particular box in 2021, Richard Frederick got 153 votes and the UWP got 111. This time Richard Frederick got 66 and the UWP got 60. So we're seeing a quite significant reduction.
Well, is it complete yet? That box?
It's A to G. It's A to G.
Okay.
So I'm talking about the equivalent box in the last election.
Okay.
Which actually this box actually represents a few more people, because you have F and G where you did not have that the last time. So at the box level, this is certainly fewer votes being cast in this election that were cast in the 2021 election.
It looks like about less than half.
Yeah, less than half.
Let's go back to Riser. Like to double check that will be plastic.
I'm a little. I think this is.
Whenever there's an interference of deviation in the inclusion.
You think that's alphabetic?
people voting in that box. There are more people voting in that box.
I would still reserve that seems so
I would be a little
interesting observation. Let's
see how the others pan out. But
that would be
well, I think you could be conclusive for that box. You can't be conclusive for the polling division, but certainly in that box, fewer people turn out to vote. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's look again, Riza, at the Leclerc area, Patricia James Secondary School. Lots of the figures that we got.
That's for Castries North. We have.
Around, look to see if any new figures coming through.
No problem.
We have some in Soufrière.
Okay, let's go to Soufrière.
All right. So we have at the moment 53.
Soufrière?
53 for the incumbent Emma Hippolyte, and for Herod Stanlisas 83. So 53 for Emma Hippolyte and for.
And to say where that is, right, so it's in H2, Soufrière Infant School, R to Z.
That's in the
R to Z. Yeah, H2, R to Z.
83 to Stanislas and 53 to Emma Hippolyte?
Yes.
And one rejected.
Right. They're happy they've improved you.
One vote rejected, yes.
One vote rejected. So we're going over that again. Persons joining all the time and taking their own notes. We've been asking for us to just repeat it a couple of times.
Yeah.
Go ahead, right on.
That seemed to have been similar. Well, similar to the trend in that box
last year,
as 2021. Although it was not exactly the same.
Let's say what we had the last time.
The same range of names, right? But the last time we had 44 SLP and 75 UWP.
Pretty much. Kind of trend there.
Yeah, it's kind of trendish.
Not too dissimilar.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar.
In that area, in that particular.
Well, actually, the deltas, the SLP is getting, I think 9 more votes, and UWP 8 more votes.
Right.
So it's almost the same thing.
Yeah,
almost the same thing.
In that box.
It's true to form.
Yeah.
True to form.
Castries North again, right, sir?
Going back to it.
Denry South, eh?
We have Denry South?
Yeah.
Denry South, Varo. Denry South, Riza will give us Denry South.
Momentarily just scanning through.
For Denry South, you want to
Go ahead.
Benson Emil 33.
Louder.
Benson Emil.
Give the polling division rhyme. 03.
Yep. Benson Emil 03, 33 votes, and Paul Alfred Prosper 45.
Wait again, go over it again.
Benson Emil 33 and
S to Z.
S to Z.
Paul
03,
Alfred
S to Z.
Prosper 45.
That's Glendon Mason.
And unfortunately, Teddy, 12 rejected votes.
12.
Wow.
The difference between the two parties.
Go again, Ryan, with that Denry South, please.
Yeah, so we have Benson Emil with 33 and Paul Alfred Prosper 45, which we know is Alfred Prosper.
I must say that in this case, it does appear that Benson Emil has underperformed.
Okay.
Compared to 2021, where the UWP received 51 votes, they now have 33. And the SLP Prosper receives 45.
The last time?
This time, and the last time 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so yeah.
He dropped too.
He dropped
by 5, but UWP dropped by 18.
Significantly more.
Yeah, by 18.
I wonder if that,
Beaufort South.
that
We have votes for Beaufort South.
Go right on. Beaufort South.
Beaufort South for Danny Butcher. We have 91.
Again, right, so say the polling division because people want to know where that is
It
happening.
has not popped up on my screen yet, which is why I have not shared it as
Where's
yet.
that?
Okay.
Beaufort South.
Beaufort South.
Yes. Beaufort South, we have 91 votes for Danny Butcher.
Okay, that's the Beaufort Infant School, E to I. Beaufort Infant School, E to I.
David Charles, more popularly known as APA, the Independent, has 1 vote. Liana Johannes Paul, 44 votes. Shua Melcho, 2 votes. So Danny Butcher, 91 votes. David Charles, better known as APA, colloquially, independent candidate, 1 vote. Liana Johannes Paul, 44 votes. And Shua Melcho, the other independent candidate, 2 votes.
Yeah.
91.
And definitely you see a drop off in the UWP performance there from 61 in 21 to 44 right, this time around, whereas the SLP drop-off was just about 5 votes and not as significant. So there's a sort of a...
SLP dropped from 96 to 91, you saying?
Yeah, from 96 to 91, and UWP 61 to 44.
Those just join in, let's emphasize the Beaufort South again. For the other new results.
91 to Danny Butcher. David Troy Charles 1, Liana Johannes Paul 44, and Shwamel Shaw 2.
We have from Babano. We have Babano B1B A to Z, the Balata Combined School. John Paul Estefan 50, Titus Preville 27. John Paul Estefan 50, Paul Leo Titus Preville 27.
Which one is that again?
Now we have
updated data. We have 3 boxes now.
Which one is that? The one you just called? No, which one
is Balata?
That's Balata.
B1?
That is, yes, B1B.
That's A to Z?
Yep.
What is it again? Sorry?
It was 50 for John Paul Estefan and 27 for Titus Preville. But we have also some updated data from the Debara Combined School before A to Z with John Paul Estefan with 123 and Titus Preville with 161.
Repeat the figures.
So Debara Combined School A to Z 123 for John Paul Estefan and 161 for Titus Preville.
161 is the total number of votes cast.
Not yet.
Just review that.
Yes, you're right, Mrs. Sankafing. Apologies.
Exactly.
So Titus Preville under the Debara Primary School, Combined School, 37 votes.
Right.
37 votes, not 161.
And how much for
and
Estefan?
John Paul Estefan 123.
Right.
You have the total.
So we have a total. So
Rizal now gives the total from Babano.
So from the 3 boxes that Rahim just called out, John Paul Estefan has 353 votes, Twasa Seka Twa, and Leo Titus Preville has 141 votes. Yon Sekawat Yon. So John Paul Estefan 353 and Leo Titus Preville 141.
Teddy, that result in Debara is a significant one.
Yeah.
Because 123 for John Paul Estefan.
Yeah.
The last election he got Virginia got 69.
Wow.
And the UWP candidate got 61.
Right.
Titus Preville has gotten 37. So the St. Lucia Labour Party has increased its vote number there by 54, and the UWP has gone down by 24.
Wow.
So that's a significant result, and that is a
and that's a bellwether.
It's a bellwether.
That is a bellwether.
That box is a box that was even and has kind of, if I'm not mistaken, has kind of remained even. In 2011 it was 78 to 71. In 2016 it was 66 Labour, 77 UWP. So there's a definite gap that has emerged in this election that was not there in any of the previous elections in Debara. That's a definite move towards the Labour Party in Debara.
We have some from Miku North.
The margin was only
Miku North, N4, the Miku Primary School, J to L. N4, the Miku Primary School, J to L. You have Elisha Norbert with 61. And the incumbent Jeremiah Norbert with 68.
Okay, so
that is the Miku Primary School, J to L, which is within N4.
And there, it's a mirror image of the last election. The UWP is polling the same number of votes, 61 that it got the last time, and Jeremiah has gotten 2 more votes than he got the last time.
And
so
with the relative stronghold of UWP, even after the swing, it remains
68 now, 2 more,
very loyal to you.
and then the same amount. 61 for the UWP.
Same number of votes.
Relatively, it has been a good area, strong area for UWP up to last election. Go ahead, right?
Yes, so it is 61 Swasat Yon for Elisha Norbert, Swasat Wit for Jeremiah Norbert. Our independent candidate is yet to register votes. Let me see if there are any updated figures for our other constituencies.
We've seen the constituencies taking shape so far. Of course, great interest for people messaging like crazy. The one grows delayed.
As soon as we get them, we'll let you know.
We're anxious. Everyone wants to hear from their constituencies. That coming up very shortly. As we got Central, we got South.
I think this was we had one box for Central, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's now updated. So Rush Clark now has 102 votes.
Which again, where is that right? So where?
I'm giving the grand total.
Oh, the grand total.
So we'll disaggregate in a moment. Right. Stanley Felix has 21, and Richard Frederick, the incumbent, 168. Andrew Matthew has 2 votes. So
that's the total so far.
The total so far.
All votes that we've received.
Yes, so let me disaggregate.
Do the total again.
Yeah.
Central Castries once again. Rush Clark 102. Johnson Day. Stanley Felix 21.
That's in E5. And go ahead.
So is that in a particular box or is that
probably a particular box?
Particular box, Edwin, or overall? The updated.
164 overall from E5 and from E1 136.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And then you can break down the 136 from E1 into 60 UWP 66. Independent Richard Frederick.
So let's get the total we have so far for Central Castries.
The total for Central Castries is 300 votes cast.
Right, and from what the respective figures, Riser, the public needs to be clear on that. The figures we have so far.
Just updated again.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yes, it's updated again. So
the total, right? We're giving the total.
198, Rush Clark, Stanley Felix 31, Richard Frederick 317, and Andrew Matthew 5.
Okay, and for those people who want to know what the trends are, E1, Carmen Rene, A to G, Stanley Felix 7, Rush Clark 60, Richard Frederick 66, and Andrew Matthew 2. In the Anglican school, E2, A to E, Rush Clark 56, Stanley Felix 7, Richard Frederick 96, Andrew Matthew 2. That same polling division, E2, M to R, Rush Clark 40, Stanley Felix 3, Richard Frederick 53, Andrew Matthew 1. So that is, then we go down to E5, the RC Boys Infant School, E5, R to Z, Rush Clark 42, Stanley Felix 14, Richard Frederick 102. I do not believe Andre Matthew got any votes.
We have some new figures, this time from Grosile. Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42. And that's in one box. I think Dr. Fletcher will disaggregate what box that is for us in a while. So Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42.
So we've been getting results from 9 of the constituencies, and of these, the SLP is leading in 8. All right.
That box,
just to clarify.
Yeah. What Raisa just gave there was A1A, the Grosile Primary School, M to O. A1A, M to O, Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42, 30 rejected ballots.
Wow.
30 rejected ballots.
And that's how that compared to last election. You have an update?
I think Babano also has an update. We have 4 ballot boxes now counted.
In Babano?
In Babano.
The total so far, give them the total, right?
John Paul Estefan, 451 votes, and Leo Titus Preble, 179
It's actually updated now, Raisa.
Wow.
It's 583 for John Paul Estefan and 245 for Titus Leo Preble.
We have some
583 for John Paul Estefan and 245 for Titus Leo Preble.
We have some from Beaufort North.
Okay, I have an update on that also. It's, it's 861 for
God.
John Paul Estefan and 360 for Leo Titus.
Repeat them figures, repeat them.
For the whole constituency of Babonneau, there are 832 votes cast. Oops.
No.
This is the total per candidate.
Just the totals per candidate?
Yes.
So B3.
No, the totals, so far.
Oh, okay. So I have 861 for Estefan, and for Preville,
245.
I have 360.
360. So
Yeah.
you're probably
Repeat
updating
it,
it.
please declare. Repeat the total you have.
The totals I have for Babono at this point, 4 boxes, from 4 boxes, 860.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to everybody watching in Barbados and throughout the Caribbean. I am Marcia Weeks, and you are watching the Marcia Weeks Show. We're coming to you live from Barbados this time around. We are in Barbados, and we are bringing to you coverage of the St. Lucia elections, and this is compliments of Vibe Radio and also St. Lucia News Now. So we want to give them full credit for this. We do not own the rights of this broadcast, and this is not for profit, entertainment purposes only, all right, or educational purposes only, we should say. No profit in this completely. And you know, it's so important that we stay connected as a region, and we know exactly what is happening in the region. And so I'm happy to see all those that are logging on tonight from different Caribbean countries. It's really great to see everybody. It's really wonderful, very, very good to see what is happening. Good night, good night. I'm looking at your comments there. And today, St. Lucia was able to casted their ballots today. And from what we're seeing and what we're hearing, it seems like it was a great turnout today, that they had a great voter turnout. And sometimes people believe that once there's a great turnout, that's good for the opposition parties. You know, people are coming out to remove the party that's in power. Sometimes that is what people believe. In this case, from what we are seeing tonight, folks, it looks like it's going to be red. Red is taking it all the way in St. Lucia. You know, it seems that way to me, that red is taking it all the way in St. Lucia. That's so far. That's how it appears to me. But we will continue to listen. Just a little bit. Yes. Just a little bit of history. You know, in the 2022 election, if Dave could put up that map that we have, St. Lucia Decides. Let me see if he even does have that map. Yeah, if Dave could put that up on the screen, you know, you're going to see what happened in 2021. So this is what happened in 2021, which it's why it's kind of a real uphill battle. You know, for the yellow, you know, the New Workers, NWP, because of what happened then, where they only had 2 seats. Independent had 2 seats, and those independent actually were 2 from that broke away from the NWP. So but most of the seats, 13 of the seats, were by the St. Lucia Labour Party, the red. So, you know, I think it would have been a real uphill battle, not impossible, not impossible. So we will keep looking. Yeah, it's like they have a mountain to climb there in St. Lucia. And I think I might be mistaken, but it seemed as though the election was called a bit early. I have to verify that, which would tell us why why they call it a little early and why Motley went over there. Because as you know, Prime Minister Motley, I'm sure Dave will be able to find that a little later in the program. For us, where Prime Minister Motley was saying that I am not wearing red in St. Lucia for no reason. I am here to support the Red Party. And there is a reason, not because it's red, but as I have outlined my beliefs, a couple nights ago, I'll do it again tonight as the night goes on why I believe that this, why Mia Motley went to St. Lucia. And she wore red, she says. She says in that clip, I'm wearing red, not because I want to wear red. I'm wearing red to support the Red Party. Why? Why are they doing that? To support labor. So there is this push for the labor movement throughout. She was pushing for the People's National Party in Jamaica. They lost. She was pushing for Rowley. Rowley lost. She was pushing for in St. Vincent, Ralph Gonzalez, he lost. Red with Ali in Guyana, they won in Guyana. And here it looks as though Pierre is going to win in St. Lucia. It's so far. Now, we have to see exactly what is going to happen, all right? So let me just add this back to the stage as we I think Dave, if you can find that clip for me, please, with our Prime Minister in Barbados, who seemed to be keenly interested in the Labour Party winning in St. Lucia. What's interesting is that this group that's made up of Skerrit, that's made up of was made up of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines former Prime Minister, Ralph Gonzalez. You see how quickly I'm forgetting his name. He's gone now. Ralph Gonzalez, right? And you have and of course there is Skerrit in Dominica, right? You have Skerrit in Dominica, Mia Motley in Barbados, right? Now, look at these three, Ralph, Mia, and Skerrit. Check what's going on. They are the ones that's moving around to people's elections. I want you to watch these three. Ralph was down in Jamaica. Mia was down in Jamaica at the PNP event that they had in Jamaica, speaking on Mike and Manley. Yes. Right? Skerrit came to Barbados. Mia came to went to Dominica. Among those three, there's something going on. They know what they're doing. These three, along with Belize, they also formed the movement, right? The free movement, which started October 1st. There is a plan afoot, and it's important for them to get as many Labour Party, right? Many Labour parties in power. If they have that, then they're able to do what they intend to do, is what I am saying, guys. So important, and we will go. I mean, what's happening is it might change because I'm sorry about that. I'm looking for something on my laptop here and not seeing it. Not sure what is going on. Okay. Not sure why. There is something that I am trying to do here, and for some reason it is not happening. Okay, it's worked out now. Now, what is important is that All 17 seats tonight. There's 17 seats that are up for grabs in this upcoming, in this general election that happened today, December 1st. The polls were closed at 6 p.m. To win control, a party or a coalition must secure at least 9 of those seats. All right, for them to be able to control the government. Okay, to win control of the government, right? And so if you're just joining, the current seat distribution is the St. Lucia Labour Party is 13, while the United Workers Party is 2, Independents 2. That's the current situation from 2021. So it's going to be interesting to see if the United Workers Party will increase the number of seats that they've had since 2021. If the independents would increase, what will happen to the St. Lucia Labour Party? To win control, the party needs to at least 9 seats. Yeah. Important, as we were talking about independence, that the 2 independents that won last time, they were former members of the United Workers Party. They left the party just before the election to form, to go independent, and they won their seats. Okay. And that's important because sometimes, as Adrian was saying, sometimes you find people, they become independent so that they could pull, it's a deliberate attempt then to pull votes away from one party, which was obvious in this particular situation. All right. Now, in the election of 1997, all right, so here's a big question. I saw somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat was saying that, they have voted one party, well, not one party, but one term, right? They've always given the one term since over 20 years now. In 1997, the St. Lucia Labour Party, they won by a landslide, and they formed a government. That was in 1997. All right. So those of you who are taking notes, you can write that down. That in 1997 they won by this SLP, the Red Party, St. Lucia Labour Party won, and then in 2001 they were re-elected. So we saw something that happened there, but that was only in 2000, between 1997 and 2001, and so they held on to power in 2001. But then in 2006, the UWP came and unseated the ULP, and in 2011. The St. Lucia Labour Party, they returned to power. Okay. In 2016, what happened? The UWP won again. So it has been since 2001, it has been red, and then it turned to yellow, and then it turned to red, and then it turned to yellow. In 2021, as you saw earlier, the red St. Lucia Labour Party, they went back into power. Now it's 2025. What will happen? Will they remain in power, or will they be unseated tonight? That is so there is a pattern. Yeah. Some people call it a one-term only pattern, but that's over the last 20 years, right? And it's really between the 2 main parties, St. Lucia Labour Party and the United Workers Party, right? So what this is saying to us is that there is a competitive 2-party system where the voter sentiment and the electoral cycles, they normally turn over, and I think they understand the power of the pencil. If they use pencil in St. Lucia, that they're not happy and they're going to get you out. They're happy and you stay, right? So that seemed to be what St. Lucia is about. They don't, the St. Lucians, let me tell you, they said Jamaicans aggressive and so on, but St. Lucians, I wouldn't say they're aggressive, but they're short tempered. You know, they don't stand for too much foolishness, and they easily. That's my thinking. They quick. You know, they're going to get rid of them. I love that. They're not going to. You know, I really love that. Somebody's saying that pattern change sometimes. St. Vincent in the house, say yellow is in the code is a code. Well, we'll go back to let's look at the results and see. Yes, let's see what is happening there. Yeah, they only get you know, they get one term. But I think something different is happening tonight. Celine, something different is happening tonight for sure. But you know, let's go back to the a little bit. Let's take it in a little bit more now, guys.
Okay. We have some as well.
No, let's look at the numbers because we need to see what those numbers, how they're looking for.
Yeah.
Do you have anything for B1C, Union Orchid Garden?
No, but I have for Bogies.
Bogies, okay, yes. Yeah. Bogies is,
so in Bogies Combined School A to I, we have 132 for John Paul Estefan. Yeah. And we have 66 for Leo Titus Preville.
And again, Titus is underperforming there. That's 39 fewer votes than he got the last time, and 3 more votes for the St. Lucia Labour Party. So that's an underperformance there by Titus from what happened in 2021.
Yeah. So an overall figure for the 8 ballot boxes before you go any further, John Paul Estefan has 987 votes to Leo Titus Preville's 470 votes. So leading by 517 votes.
That's massive. We have Foasaw.
We have Foasaw.
Yeah, Foasaw.
And that is a very strong Labour constituency.
Yeah. All right,
so let's see those numbers. Let's see those numbers.
All right, so the Foasaw Combined School, you have, that's B5A, folks. C to E, 168 for John Paul Estefan, 70 for Leo Titus Preville.
Okay.
F to I, 98 for John Paul Estefan, 38 to Leo Titus Preville.
What? Give me the Estefan numbers again.
98. And 38 for Leo Titus Preville.
Okay.
You have under J to K, 109 for John Paul Estefan and 57 for Leo Titus Preville.
Okay.
And then you have under R to Z, 180 for John Paul Estefan and 77 for Leo Titus Preville.
We're going to go to Groseley in a little while. And to update the other constituencies, we have not forgotten about your constituency, St. Lucia. We know that you are concerned. We're going to go through. So we're going to go to Groseley, where we have 5 ballot boxes now counted. All 5 ballot boxes counted. For Kenson Casimir, in total, we have 480 votes, and Marcella Johnson, 251. So again, Kenson Casimir, 480 votes, and Marcella Johnson, 251. So ahead by some 229 votes.
The Barbados Secondary School also has some more information. I don't know if we've.
Okay, so let's get those numbers in Groseley. Where they coming from?
So in Groseley, where we've not done the Groseley Primary School, have we?
No, let's do some updates, some total of the other constituencies.
Okay.
Yes, so for Castries Central, we have some updated because now with 8 ballot boxes counted, Rush Clark has 781 votes. Stanley Felix has 58 votes. Richard Frederick, 618 votes.
It's updated already.
It's updated already?
Yeah. It's updated with Richard Frederick having 834 to Rosh Clark's 445 and Stanley Felix 81.
Yeah.
So that was an error.
That was an error then.
Oh no, just refresh.
There was an error on the page.
Okay.
So please repeat those figures for me.
So St. Lucia Castries Central, Richard Frederick 834, Rosh Clark 445 and Stanley Felix 81. Richard Frederick 834. Rosh Clark, 445, and Stanley Felix, 81. We apologize for any confusion. You could understand that it's coming in
No,
very, very
well,
rapid.
the page actually showed the numbers previously, so perhaps they updated the figures.
While I was talking.
While I was
Yeah, so repeat the actual
the
present update.
reading slightly in Sufra now.
Okay, let's go.
Can you give us those numbers again? Right.
For yes, so Castries Central, Rush Clark 445, Stanley Felix 81, Richard Frederick 834, and Andrew Matthews 6. So Rush Clark 445, Stanley Felix 81, Richard Frederick 834, Andrew Matthews 6. The incumbent is leading by 389 votes thus far.
Yeah, so far we have not heard from Mikud South or Labrie, right? And so far, of all of the seats, the other seats, the SLP is leading in every single one except Swazel.
Okay.
And the boxes that came in for Swazel are in a predominantly UWP area.
We didn't get the figures to indicate that SLP is ahead in Sufra. Did we get the updates on that?
We have to check yourself as well.
We'll go
check now.
Yeah, but let's check on Castries South as well.
Yeah.
Tommy Descat has a total of 456 votes.
Because I can't.
Ernest Sile 922 votes. David Hood, the independent candidate, 11. So again, Tommy Descat 456 votes. Ernest Sile 922. David Hood 11. So the incumbent is leading there by 466 votes.
Yeah, it's important for us to get the disaggregated figures
because
that's the only way you could tell what the trend is. Because these numbers, you don't know what's happening.
So we're going to pop into that.
Where do you want the trends for?
Well, let's start from the beginning. Let's start with Grosile. Let's see what we have for Grosile.
All right. So in Grosile, we've done the Grosile Primary School.
Grosile Primary, no.
Okay, so good. So Grosile Primary A1A under MO. You have 93 for Kenson Casimir and 42 for Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
93 to the 42. And you have 30 rejected ballots.
Right.
All right.
Let's go on.
We're moving also to the Darren Sammy Stadium, A2B.
Right.
You have 178 to Kenson Casimir.
That's A to C.
Charles
to E. Okay.
178 for Kenson Casimir and 45 to Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
You also have M to P under Darren Sammy Stadium, which is 150 to Kenson Casimir and 51 to Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
Have we done the Grand River Infant School?
No.
Grand River Infant School, A3B, Leo to Matthews, 119 for
that's what polling division?
That is A3B.
A3B, okay.
Leo to Matthews, 119 for Kenson Casimir, and 83 to Marcella Johnson.
Okay.
So give a grant to the.
Well, am I missing anything for A to B, Rhyme? For no. So okay. So A to A, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. What we're seeing here is Kenson Casimir basically holding his own. Again, the numbers, the boxes are slightly different, but we are seeing what looks like Kenson Casimir keeping his vote, because you'll expect the same thing. If the boxes change, you'll expect to see the same thing. And Marcella Johnson reducing on the numbers from the last time. Yeah.
For the benefit of the public, I know that the public wants to hear the total numbers before we disagree. So I'm going to start from what our data shows us from top to bottom. So every constituency is included. So again, the total so far for Kenson Casimir, 955 votes. Marcella Johnson, 403. That's for Grosile. For Babonneau, so again, repeating for Grosile, Kenson Casimir, 955. Marcella Johnson, 403. For Babonneau, John Paul Estefan, 1,309 votes. Leo Titus Preville, 839 votes. So the SLP candidate is leading by 470 votes. In Castries North, we have 6 votes to Brenda Edwin, 545 votes to Stephen Favory. Stevenson King, 986 votes. Gina Matthew 5, Marcellus Steed 11. So the incumbent is leading there by 451 votes.
And that's with 10 ballot boxes out of 30 counted. So one third of the ballot boxes have been counted.
Yes. Castries East. The UWP candidate Peter Chico, 119 votes. 119 votes. Philip Joseph Pierre, 496 votes. The incumbent ahead by 377 votes.
With 5 ballot boxes out of 33 counted.
Yes. Again, we would have already given the update for Castries Central. We're going to give it again. Castries Central, Rush Clark, 445 votes. Stanley Felix, 81 votes. Richard Frederick, 844 votes. Andrew Matthew, 6 votes.
With nine ballot boxes.
9 ballot boxes out of 24. We go to Castries South. Tommy Descartes, 456 votes.
566.
Ernest Hilaire.
It's updated now. 566. Tommy Descartes, 566.
It's updated?
Yes. And Ernest Hilaire, 1184. Independent 11. Ernest Hilaire leading by 618 with 9 ballot boxes counted out of 23. Tommy Descartes, 566. Ernest Hilaire, 1,184. Independent David Hood by 11. Ernest Hilaire is leading by 618 votes.
Yes. Ancillary Canries, we have Dominic Fede, 510 votes. Wayne Girard, 640 votes. The incumbent is leading there by 130 votes. That's 7 ballot boxes out of a total of 23. We go down to Soufrière, Fonse Jacques.
We could South have votes. Huh?
We're going down.
We're going down.
We're not forgetting anyone. Soufrière, Fonse Jacques, Emma Hippolyte, 775 votes. Herod Stanislas, 640 votes. So again, Emma Hippolyte, 775 votes. Herod Stanislas, 640 votes. Strazel Saltibus, Keefson Charles, 244 votes. Bradley Felix, 328 votes. The incumbent is leading there by 84 votes.
With only 3 ballot boxes counted, and I think 2 of these ballot boxes are in Delsey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Labrie, we got some figures from Labrie. Alva Baptist, 186 votes. Laura Japierre, 60 votes. That's 1 ballot box counted out of 17. Alva Baptist, 186 votes. Laura Japierre, 60 votes. We go down to V4 South in particular. Danny Butcher, 1,101 votes. David Charles, 6 votes. Liana Johannes Paul, 329 votes. Shua Melchor, 6 votes. So the SLP candidate there is leading by 772 votes.
With 8 out of 24 ballot boxes counted.
Yes.
One third.
V4 North. Moses Baptiste has 503 votes.
It's now 629.
Okay, let me update my page. Sorry about that. 629 votes for Moses Baptiste and 217 votes for Calix Xavier. Again, Moses Baptiste, the incumbent, 629 votes. Calix Xavier, 217 votes. The incumbent is leading by 412 votes. In Micoud South, we finally have some figures coming in there. Alan Chasney, the incumbent, has 404 votes.
Mostly from Tiroche.
Tiroche area.
Yeah.
And the challenger Chandali Harak Singh has 167 votes. These are 4 ballot boxes out of 19. So 404 votes to Alan Chasney, the incumbent. Chandali Harak Singh, 167 votes.
Yeah.
We go to Micoud.
The performance in that case is actually a little weaker than 2021. Right?
By the UWP?
By the UWP, yeah.
Okay. So we're going to continue with Micoud North. Elisha Norbert has 479 votes. Jeremiah Norbert, 605 votes. Again, Elisha Norbert, 479 votes. Jeremiah Norbert, 605 votes.
6 out of 18.
That's 6 out of 18 ballot boxes, and the incumbent is leading by about 126 votes for our count right now. And then South, Benson Emil has 112 votes. Benson Emil has 112 votes. Alfred Prosper, 187 votes, and these are 2 ballot boxes out of 14. In neighboring Denring North, Sean Edward has 824 votes.
975.
It's been updated.
It's coming fast and furious.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Updated figure. Sean Edward.
You have your finger on the pulse.
Yes, 975 votes to Sean Edward. Bradley Fulgence, 776 votes. These are 8 ballot boxes out of 20.
Edward is up by
199.
199 votes.
Interesting to see where.
And Castries South East, Lisa Jawahir has 306 votes to Guy Joseph's 263 votes. These are 3 ballot boxes out of 36.
Where these are.
So it's still early figures.
Go to Denry North and see where these are.
No problem.
No, I want to go to Castries Southeast.
Southeast. All right, so let me go to Castries Southeast for you. So we've done the Bexar Primary, have we? Yeah. We've done the Bexar Primary. So we've got the Otsa Combined School. Let's look at the Otsa Combined School. So in the Otsa Combined School Q7, M to P, Lisa Joahir, 100 votes to Guy Joseph's 95. Lisa Joahir, 100 votes to Guy Joseph's 95.
That's it. So the numbers were 306 to 263?
Yes.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yes.
So Lisa Joahir has increased by 14. Guy Joseph has increased his number here by 3.
Okay.
Yeah. And in the Badu Chaussee preschool, Lisa Joahir increased the number by 11 and Guy Joseph went down by 27.
Right.
So those are some of the numbers we're seeing.
That's a seat that SLP would have already won.
Yeah.
Right. So looking at it compared to something where they were.
And Badu Chaussee, we're talking about places like Coolitown, Former J, Lakwamengo, Badini. That's that area there.
Yeah.
Let's go. Update.
I'm gonna refresh.
So let's see here.
Total.
Casimir's total, Kenson Casimir, Grizzly, the total thus far is 1,000, sorry, Freudian slip, 1,535.
Okay.
Kenson Casimir, 1,535. To Marcella Johnson, 653. So Kenson Casimir is ahead by 882 with 12 out of the 63 ballots in Grizzly.
Can we interrogate Miku South a little further? Ryan, give me those numbers by polling division and ballot box in Miku South.
So for Miku South, yes. So for Miku South, we have under M2A, the T. Rocher Multipurpose Center. You have the leader of the opposition.
Which box?
That's A to B.
A to B.
A to B. 108.
Yes. 108
to Alan Michael Chasney, and the 38 to Chandelier Harrison.
Okay.
Yeah. You also have on the H to L, you have 100 to Alan Chasney, to 59 by Chandelier Harrison. You have on the M to R, 110 to Alan Chasney, to 51 by Chandelier Harrison. And you have finally on the S to Z, you have 86 to Alan Michael Chasney to Chandelier Harrison's 19. That brings the total, ladies and gentlemen watching, to 404 for the former Prime Minister Alan Chasney, 404 to Chandelier Harrison's 167, ahead by 237.
We have some updated figures again too from Grizzly. We're going to take it from the top again because we are constantly being updated. So if our numbers change, ladies and gentlemen, it's just because we're getting updated figures. Kenson Casimir has a total of 1,863 votes. Marcella Johnson, 848 votes. This is 15 ballot boxes out of 63. So the incumbent has a lead of about 1,015 votes.
How many boxes?
In 15 ballot boxes out of 63. So that's 23.8% of votes.
Yeah, going back to that Miku South data, Teddy, M2A Rocher Multipurpose Center, which is a very strong United Workers Party polling division. What we're seeing here, and that's not with everything in, there's one ballot box, C to G, that is missing, but the UWP's number is down by 150. And the Labour Party's number is down by 27 from the last election. So the United Workers Party is underperforming in its strongest polling division in Miku South. which is a little ominous for it, because not only is that its strongest polling division, but it's also one of the three most populated parts. The only polling division that has more electors than that is Deriso and Blusher, where the Labour Party has not done badly. So that is a little ominous for the United Workers' Party and for the leader of the opposition for those numbers there.
So we do have some updates in the Babonneau constituency, for example. We have 16 ballot boxes out of 33, so we're almost approaching 50%. John Paul Estefan has 1,785 votes. Leo Titus Prevail, 1,200 votes. So John Paul Estefan is leading by 585 votes in Babonneau.
Do we have any data for Laguerre, B2A and B2B?
Yes.
Because that would give us an indication. Those are very strong UWP polling divisions, and that would give us an indication of how Titus Prevail is polling there.
The only thing we have for Laguerre, the Laguerre Combined School, we have Laguerre Combined and Laguerre Community Center.
Yes, yeah, B2A.
So I will give you Laguerre Combined. So Laguerre Combined is B2A. And we see here J to K.
Yeah.
You have 79 for John Paul Estefan to Titus Prevail's 133. So you have 79 for John Paul Estefan to Titus's Prevail 133.
Okay.
When we go to the Laguerre Community Center under L to O, which is B2B, you see 75 for John Paul Estefan to Titus Prevail's 92. You have under P to R 63 for John Paul Estefan to 68 for Titus Prevail. That's 63 and 68. You also have S to Z, which is 73 for John Paul Estefan to 91 for Titus Prevail.
Okay, so in Laguerre Community Center, John Paul Estefan has increased the Labour Party vote by 51. Titus Prevail has reduced the United Workers' Party vote by 28. So, that's why it's very important to
Good evening again, everybody, those watching from Barbados and those watching throughout the Caribbean. Very interesting evening. Tonight, it's not yellow is the code at all. It's red is the mood. I called someone from St. Lucia, and that's what they said. They said tonight, red is the mood. There are 17 seats up for grabs. All right, 17 seats. And so far, the only one that seemed to be yellow so far, it's Micoud South. Okay, Micoud South, and I might be murdering that name, but I'm MIC. I think Micoud South. I don't think the D is pronounced, and that is Chastenay, the leader of the opposition. Well, the former leader of the opposition, because everything is disbanded at this time, and that's the only yellow that I am seeing here so far. And the night is very young, so it's 7:40. So this is going to be called very, very soon. But Vihoy, you are asking the right question. Why call elections 11 months early? What are your thoughts? Let's have a discussion on that. Why do you think they needed the St. Lucia Labour Party? Mr. Pierre, why do you think they felt they needed to call an election 11 months early? We're going to talk a little bit about St. Lucia, and then we're going to look at Barbados. We have some current issues that we're going to look at because it's not as competitive as we thought. We already know who's going to be the winner. We're going to keep tapping in to this coverage. But we also have some things that we have to look at throughout the Caribbean and also in Barbados. So we've been talking about St. Lucia since we started. And actually, we started before 6 o'clock. We were live. And again, we want to give kudos to Vibe Radio. Okay, that's Vibe Radio. That's who we are, you know, that's where we're getting the feed from. And St. Lucia News Now. Okay, St. Lucia News Now and Vibe Radio. Okay. All right. So here's it. Somebody saying Motley might call early too. Well, you know, it's what's it, 15? Is it 15 months? Or close to we're close over a year, well over a year that we're due. However, we believe that it's going to be in February. We believe it's going to be in February that this election in Barbados is going to be called, and it's been called. All of these countries, there's a reason for it. There's a reason, right? There is a reason for it. Yeah. Now, for those of you who you've just joined us, we were talking about some patterns in St. Lucia. Looking at the pattern, the voting patterns. In 1997, St. Lucia, the St. Lucia Labour Party won a landslide and they formed a government, right? But in 2001, the St. Lucia Labour Party was re-elected. So we have a case there where the incumbents were re-elected, but generally it seems as though St. Lucia does not always, it appears, their pattern is that they do not always re-elect the incumbents. Because in 2006, the United Workers' Party unseated the SLP, who were in power in 2001. And then in 2011, SLP returned to power. 2016, UWP, yellow won again. Then 2021, the St. Lucia Labour Party won. So, but in this 2025, what we see happening based on the trend here, if we look at the trajectory here, it would appear as though the SLP will be re-elected in St. Lucia. So St. Lucia, I would not say exhibit a consistent one-term only pattern, right? What we can say is that the power usually alternates between the two main parties is what we're seeing. That is the pattern, SLP and UWP. We're seeing that. We're seeing that there have been cases where the SLP, they were re-elected, and it looks as though it's happening now in this time again. Yeah. It appears that way. It appears that way. So it's a strong, what it says is that there's a strong two-party system, very competitive two-party system. And that, the voters, I don't like this one, I like the other one. And they quickly get rid of, they get rid of these, they get rid of them easily. This time around, they believe that the Red Party is doing what they're supposed to do. When I checked with someone in St. Lucia, what they told me was that Pierre has done a lot for the people, for the lower class people, and for everyday people. And so the everyday people seem to relate to Pierre, while others believe that the United Workers' Party, they do more for the international stage. That's what they're saying. But people there are saying to me that the St. Lucia Labour Party, they do more for the everyday people. All right. So that's that. So we're going to look at some local issues at this stage, because I think we kind of know where it's going, and we will check back in we will check back in. We'll keep tapping back in, okay? But yeah, so let's talk about home. How many you give me thumbs up if you want us to talk about the Chad Blackman thing? You tell me the issues you want to do. We talk about the Chad Blackman issue tonight? Give me thumbs up quickly, guys, in the comment section. Should we go to that? The Chad Blackman thing. When I said the Chad Blackman thing, where the Maria Holder, where the plaque that was put up. Okay, so you want to talk about wise voting? Josh is saying wise voting. Teroni wants us to. So I'm writing down what you want to talk about. Yes, and we're realizing from this is the main feed that we have is this, and sometimes they're talking over each other, so it's a little difficult to understand as you know, but okay, some people want to talk. Okay, somebody still believe that the United Workers' Party will take it home. Well, I mean, if that happens, that, you know, but the trend doesn't look that way, but you never say never, the night is young. Okay, people want to talk about Chad Blackman. If we talk about Chad Blackman, will you call in? Hopefully when you call in, we won't have the same problem as I have, right? Somebody want to know what happened to Chad. Is what Chad did. Chad Blackman. Dave, you've got to get a picture of Chad Blackman and put up for me, please. You see, people always say that Chad Blackman, let's move this off the screen a little bit because we are going to go into some local. Anything else before we start? What else do you want us to talk about? I'm waiting to see the comment section. I'm waiting on the comment. Keithson. Anybody else? Dave, you have a voice note there as well, right? And you have some pictures. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let's okay, are you saying you subscribe, Hilda? Hail dress. Oh, Hail Dread Selassie. You subscribed? Okay, did you subscribe to our channel? Africa Bridge TV Network. Thank you for subscribing. Okay. So we're gonna go to things local. Now, our story tonight is going to be about I'm sorry, please, I'm doing 2 or 3 different things at the same time. And okay, So I see somebody on the chat here. The king lives forever. Mikou South. It is Mikou South. Yes, that is Chastity. If I'm gonna ask you to send me information. The king lives forever. I think you're telling me that they are still yellow. You're telling me that the Chastanet looks like he's going to keep his seat. Are you telling me that Keith's son is going to keep his seat as well? Is that what you're telling me? Please confirm. The king live forever. Okay. All right. And they will help me monitor that as well. So, Chad Blackman, we know Chad Blackman, who was the winner of the last by-election in St. James. It's St. James South, right? The winner of the last by-election in St. James that we had in St. James South. So, you know, he's also the Minister of Education. Now, before I even start what I want to say, what really happened, I want to say what I have noticed about this young man. He's trying because somebody has told him to watch the way he presents himself to the public. But this is my opinion. He's a public official, and I'm giving my opinion of this public official. What I honestly think about this young man is that he is very bully-like. He has bully-like tendencies. He's very much similar in personality and in I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible with him, but it seems very much like the Prime Minister. That's how he appears to me. Oh, great. Adrian Hines is here. He's going to tell me when he wants to come in. Okay, he's ready. He's ready. Okay, all right. He's ready. Right? And just let me finish my thoughts before Mr. Hines come in. I find Mr. Blackman to be extremely aggressive in his rhetoric. He's not someone that I'm not very fond of him. There are some of them in there that they're not doing much, but you can still, you know, you have a couple in there. Kirk Humphrey, I think he tries his best. There are some in there, but this young man, I think even the other persons vying for any kind of power in the BLP need to be careful of this young man. That's my view, because he seemed bent on power, and there's a reason I'm explaining my view of him, because what is playing out now is basically how I see him. He's power hungry. That's my opinion. And I see it's like he borrows his way, and you know, and so somebody has talked to him about trying to pull back, and so he tries, but he pretends. I agree. So then you're able to see past all of this exterior here, that really and truly this man is not for real, and he is power hungry. Those in the BLP should be concerned about Chad Blackman. That's my view. But I'm going to bring in my friend Adrian Hines here. Good night, Mr. Hines.
Hi, Marcia. How are you?
I am good. I heard a noise coming through, but it stopped now.
Okay.
No, it's great now. It's perfect now.
Okay.
It's perfect now. Yes, sir. Good night. How are you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm doing fine, you know, for a Monday after a hectic weekend. Yeah, pretty good. Good night to the loyal opposition. I'm glad to be here. Happy to be here.
Yes. So we just quickly, I don't know if you were following the coverage election coverage that we were carrying since we started after 6 o'clock this evening. And it appears that red is the mood, as someone in St. Lucia told me, that they're staying with the incumbent. It appears that way. At the moment, what I see, based on what I have in front of me, the trajectory is telling us that we probably will have one seat. Yellow will have one seat, and that's Micoud South, where Chastenay is. That's what it appears. I mean, it might change because it's only 7:57, not even 8 o'clock yet. And but last election though, they had only 2 seats, and the incumbent had 13, right? With independent having.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all the polls did show that that it's going to be a red night confidently. So I tuned out because I'm not interested in red party politics. So I'm being honest. I'm not interested in red party politics. Although the current prime minister, I did follow him a little bit. I like his personality. I like his attitude. And it seems to be more suited to St. Lucia and to the type of politics I like to see from my leaders. He's not an Owen Alpha in terms of brilliance and economics and stuff like that, but in terms of having that authenticity with regards to how he communicates with regular people, he has that. And I think there is an unfortunate issue with Chastenay being a white guy that has been allowed to get under and into the St. Lucia psyche to the point where there might be a trust issue there. Undeserved, but there might be a trust issue there.
Yeah. And plus, the way that they performed the last election, it would have been good if they got, just some more seats.
Yeah.
Would have been great, but apparently not. But which is going to say that the opposition is it seemed like it's going to be weaker in terms of the formal opposition in Parliament, especially if they because they had 4 opposition seats really, because even the 2 independents were former UWP who just before the elections they left Chastenay, they left the UWP, and which is what we were talking about last night, right? That you have that kind of thing happening sometimes. The question comes to mind now, Adrian, is opposition in the region. We're seeing it happen in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where it was just one member of parliament in position. I think you're listening to the feed. It's a bit loud. We're hearing it. It's coming through.
I'm listening to you. I don't have anything on.
No, is it me then?
Did you turn that down? I think it is because I have echo canceling headphones on that I use all day, and stuff around me doesn't feed into my set. So I'm not sure what you're hearing.
Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. Could be me. Yeah. There's somebody saying there's a background noise. We don't hear it anymore. We're not hearing it anymore. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. So, right. So, the whole question is a question of opposition. Having strong opposition, and I think here again we're going to I think that the citizens will have to see themselves as that opposition voice in St. Lucia and also in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But let me hear your thoughts on that.
I have not been following St. Lucia's politics in detail, but at a high level I'm seeing this as, St. Lucians collectively, as in St. Vincent, deciding that, when they look at the incumbent government, in the case of St. Lucia, they like what they see and they're going to let them continue. which is the type of electioneering that I wish Barbadians would return to. Likewise, St. Vincent did the same thing. They look at the incumbent and say, "Hey, look, we don't like this guy anymore. Let's get rid of him." Right. So while I am not interested in red party politics in the Caribbean, or what is emerging as what I refer to as a red federation, the St. Lucians are happy with the governance that they get from PJP, and more power to them, more power for him for having a message and a type of governance that resonate with the people that he's serving, because that's what they're doing. They're demonstrating their confidence in him to give him a second term. So I don't have a problem with that. My only concern is that he does not allow for what I see as this external parastatal red federation governance structure that Motley seems to be pushing for her and the scarrets of the CARICOM to come in and take over or get legislative access to the detriment of the people, right? And I'm sure that if that occurs, that the people will do the right thing at the next election and send him back in. But I have confidence in what I see and what I know so far from St. Lucians and Vincentians, that they take their politics serious. And no matter the personality, no matter how magnanimous a leader thinks he or she is, when they're fed up, they're fed up. And that's something that I don't have confidence that Barbadians are at this stage.
Yeah, I'm so in agreement with you on that, and it is very, very odd. I hope Bajans don't kill me for this. I'm giving you a compliment, but I'm also just saying that I'm a little shocked, right? Because in my mind, I always see Barbadians as the most educated in the region. And Dave, please put my dress still if I'm going too far, because these Bajans will cuss me. But I always thought that when I was in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and as I watch and listen to the St. Lucians, because I was very involved in it, especially today, it seems to me that across the board that they are more, when it comes on to politics and governance, the running of their country, they seem to be more informed, Adrian, than the average Barbadian citizen. And
Yes,
I don't know if
I
I'm
agree.
wrong, and I would love to hear. I would love to hear from people in the chat. Am I wrong in this? I saw it, and I couldn't say it while I was in St. Vincent on the screen, but I was taken aback. What are your thoughts?
I gathered the same through your lens, listening to people, even some of the conversations around the conversations you were having. People were expounding at a level that I'm like, these guys are, I don't hear Barbadians talking like this. I heard one guy pretty much says, he votes for St. Vincent. He says when Gonzalez and ULP were doing it right, he voted for them. They're not doing it right now, so he voted for somebody else. End of story. And I'm like, that's not partisan politics. That's national politics. And when you look at the guy, he's just an average guy. I'm sure he didn't go to university or anything of the sort.
That's the thing, Adrian.
That might be the problem that we have. Because there's a concept, there's a term that people use that someone could be an educated fool, and that might be the case that we have in Barbados. You have a whole bunch of people that lean on their academic trophies, their paper trophies, to define them as informed, as intelligent. But in reality, the decisions they make, or the lack of decisions that they're not making, makes you wonder, how useful these paper trophies that they hold so dear are to anything. I heard Harvard's Vincentians, pontificating on politics and what it means and how they see their role in this election. I've never heard a Barbadian talk like that yet. As a matter of fact, 60% of Barbadians are allegedly fed up with the system, and they no longer vote, and they say it with pride. The level of ignorance in a democracy for someone to say with pride that they no longer vote or they no longer care for politics doesn't make for someone to view you as an intelligent person, or or to view you collectively as a set of people who are informed. When contrast to what we were hearing in St. Vincent from folks, average everyday folks who understand the assignment with regards to when it comes to politics and voting. They play the role. They understand democracy and they're playing their role. Barbadians are not. So I don't know if we can truly say that, or that title of being the most, what was it again? Intelligent in the Caribbean or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's a perception.
Okay.
That that I have of Barbados, and I think most people in the Caribbean, that I think is the actual is a perception. If I'm wrong, as I said, let me be open.
You're right. I've heard. I mean, I go around the U.S. in the summer at cricket. I umpire cricket. I watch cricket. I go all over the place just to be at cricket. And a lot of cricket is played by a lot of West Indians, a lot of Indians, and you hear that. I've been in many conversations with other folks from the Caribbean who, they would talk about Barbados fondly. And I think if I was to distill it down to what is the common theme with regards to this whole thing about Barbadians being smart and bright and stuff like that, I think it has to do with the fact that we've had free education for a longer time than most of the other Caribbean countries. I think that might be part of it. But I am a realist. I look at the reality. I look at activities more so than talk, or as I say, I'm more substantive or pragmatic in how I look at things. So if you are smart, if you have these paper trophies and stuff like that, then your actions must, correspond to that in order for me to buy into it. And if you're having thoughts about in a democracy, as I keep going back to this, if you have thoughts in a democracy about not voting, staying away from the political process, not really understanding how important the franchise of voting is, it makes me wonder, are you truly, living up to this perception that people have, or that you have of yourself and that people have of you? Are you truly living up to you that you cannot determine through this maze of confusion? Because a lot of it comes from the system that we have in Barbados, where I could see why people would get fed up, but to simply walk away doesn't help the situation, doesn't help it get better. You are doing that because you recognize something, but the action that you're taking as a result of recognizing the deficiencies makes me wonder, if there's not a lot of depth in terms of working through a situation and finding those nuanced approaches that you can apply to affect some of the change that you would like to see. And the Vincentians did that smartly. They bided their time, and as the gentleman said, today is a day that a pencil is going to hire or fire a big man. And that was the type of street sense that might be missing from people who goes to, complete secondary school and complete tertiary education, that they don't have that ability to take their reality and make sense of it to a point where they can act in their interests.
But I wanted to, as I'm listening to you, I remembered something that happened last night, and this is what I mean. Everybody knows Ronnie as the announcer, as a professional, okay? And I announced that I was invited as a citizen to the Democratic Labour Party's dinner, right? A fundraising dinner, independence fundraising dinner. And they were also celebrating 70 years. Now, Adrian, when I arrived, I saw people there that, people in business, all kinds of people, all walks of life. I did not assume, Marcia Weeks did not assume everybody in that room sitting there were DLP supporters, or that they are DLP members. Let's put it like that. That they have a membership in the DLP party, right? I did not assume that they sold tickets for a fundraising event, and they try to encourage people to come, to the what they're doing. Probably they want people to associate with the party. Obviously, they are, looking to expand their membership and so on. But I did not assume that. Now, I said here that I saw Ronnie Clark there emceeing. I don't know if you were on the program when I showed him in his tux and everything. Someone on the chat says, "Oh wow, he's now switched. He's switched from B to D." And this is a level. This is a point I'm trying to make. I was shocked. I honestly was like, what? Because this man who is Ronnie Clark, right? He is a radio announcer. Most radio announcers, they do MC work. He was, before he was fired from Starcom, he was MCing for the same NCF. He did a lot of things to government, right? And for anything that's happening nationally. I remember when we had a Pan-African here, Umar, I can't remember his last name. And Ronnie Clark was the person who moderated. When Ronnie Clark moderated for Umar Johnson, does that mean that Ronnie Clark was now a Black Pan-Africanist? You see where I'm going? That we are so partisan that it's unbelievable. I could not believe that, and they kept repeating it in the chat. That, he switched. I said, wow. And that's really where we are with politics. We're not discussing any issues really. We are about strengthening our party. We're not about seriously, discussing the issues. But over to you.
No, I agree. That's why I laugh, because we tend to favor the simple approach. I think it's, what is it? It's not Occam's razor. Is it Harlem's razor? It's Occam's razor, that we look for the simplest. If there are 3 or 4 possible answers to a situation, we go for the easiest. Wow. It's a level of surface thinking that it makes it difficult in today's world, which is highly complex, to get through to people that you require in order to help make collective decisions. It takes a lot more really, than to be a surface thinker in order to understand the situations sufficiently for us to make good decisions, right? But we are wedded to this thing of processing our environment. And I say this all the time, processing our environment through our emotions and through our beliefs, and never with facts or the ideas that develop the facts. We don't ask why. We go with what we heard, and it sounds familiar. We have these sayings: if it's like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it is a duck, and we accept that. When in today's world, there's so many things that can be made to look like a duck that isn't a duck. I mean, people go hunting and they make these sounds like they have these whistles that they make the sound of a duck, and the duck thinks it's another duck, and they come close and they get killed, right? So I'm just saying that we can't go by these sayings and process our environments by these sayings. Otherwise, we will always come up short. I mean, to the whole thing, Ronnie, I'm similar to Ronnie. In terms of, I heard Ronnie say at one of the COVID things when they were talking about vaccinating, mandatory vaccinations and stuff. He said, I voted BLP all my life, but I'm not a member. And he needed to say that because what he was about to do was out of the ordinary, right? Was out of the ordinary, because when you align yourself with a political party in Barbados, there's this expectation that you will toe the line always. So he was about to do something that he knew was going against the traditions of how people operate in Barbados, and that's why he made that disclaimer, right? But I'm not fooled. Ronnie showing up at a DLP function doesn't mean that Ronnie is a DLP member or will ever vote DLP, because I'm certain Ronnie is somewhat like me in terms of, for him, voting is about voting for a representative.
Correct.
voting for a representative, regardless of who that representative is, if that representative is ministering to my local needs, they are favored over somebody else. Whereas so many Barbadians, they don't care whether that representative ministers to their local needs. He's for the B's, I is a B, and I vote him for him. And that's the problem they have in St. Lucie and all these other places that have all of these. St. Joseph, St. Thomas, that can't get water for 3 and 4 weeks, you know, and St. Andrew, that can't get mail delivery. When I remember a lady calling from St. Andrew, and she had problems with mail and bus and stuff like that. And Dennis Johnson asked her if she had a conversation with her minister. Who told her to tell him to say that? She defended her representative. Oh, Dennis Johnson says, okay, all right. And he had nothing else to say because he's like, I don't understand his people. You know, who should you go to ensure that these community services, bus, water, and all these things, you know, are being satisfied at the constituency level? Who should you go to, you know, to bring all of government resources to bear on the issues in the constituency? She didn't want to hear it. So he was like, I laughed that day. But that's where we are. That's where we are. That we have people. Go ahead.
But no, finish your thought, Mr. Hines.
I'm saying that we have these people that come out. It's just perfunctory, a process where these people come out and go into the constituencies and talk all over their faces, when in fact they know that they're only there to get you to vote for them so that they can go to parliament and get a ministerial job and then hide behind the ministerial job as to why they can't get back into the constituency for the 5 years of that term to minister to local needs. So local needs are always on the back burner. It's been from the time I started following politics back in 1976. Local needs was something. As a matter of fact, there's some politicians in the political class will tell you there's no local needs and national needs. It is all Barbados needs. You know, all of the defense, and nothing changes. Nothing changes. You still hear them say, my ministerial duties had me so busy I can't come back into the constituency. And I'm saying to myself, that should never be. You know, nobody votes for anybody to be a minister. We vote for you to represent us, you know, to be there to listen to our issues and help us through all of these issues that we have. But when you want to say that, you know, it means to me that we've made a mistake in voting for you, right? So I think Ronnie is a lot like that. That his vote goes to the person that he thinks takes care of his community more so than of a party.
I mean, and if he wasn't like that, Ronnie's statement during COVID actually was extremely controversial and was deliberately going against the government's position, which was the government he voted for. And this is what I'm saying to people, that this is where we need to get. Focus on the country, focus on Barbados, you know, and
focus on yourself.
And focus for yourself. Focus on yourself, on Barbados. So Clifton Mathura, watching from Trinidad, says, when you join a political party, it must reflect who you are. A person of integrity. This is why I'm a UNC member in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, kudos to you. Then there was somebody watching from St. Lucia, and I want to welcome these that are watching through from the different islands. And they were agreeing with us, saying that that is how people see Barbadians throughout the region, as very educated. You know, but she said, I'm a Lucian, and you're right about that. And that's when we were. Hi, Darwin. Went for. Thank you for joining. You know, that's a view that, you know. But as we're seeing, when it comes on to politics, we're kind of very surface, and we line up behind colors. Really.
Yeah.
You know, is what happened. But somebody is asking, why aren't we talking about chat? But you know, you hadn't been here from early, so I thought it would have been nice to talk a little bit about just generally about voting and you know, what's happening in St. Lucia, looking at some trends and some patterns, etc. But Dave, if you check your WhatsApp, you would see I deliberately want to show the post that was on Stephanie Chase's page. So Dave, if you could put that up for us again, that put that for us would be great. Guys, can you share up the live, please? Share up the live. We don't have our regular people on because they thought we were going to talk about St. Lucia. So we don't have our regular people on. We needed to put it out there for us. Very, very important. Put it out for us. Put it out for us. Dave, anything there? Anything coming up? Give me an indication if anything is coming up. Now, while Dave is seeking to, okay, it's right up there. All right. Now, I want to read this. But before I read this, let me kind of set up what is happening. So it's like this. I'm going to give you a scenario. I gave Adrian Hines a plaque. And I say, Adrian Hines, this is for your contribution to Barbados, in educating Barbadians in the year 2024. Right? Somebody in Adrian's house, I don't know if I'm finding the right thing, or a workmate of his or somebody else, takes the plaque that was given to Adrian and put their name on it. Might sound a little ridiculous, but in essence, if we want to break it down and make it simple, it's really what has happened. And somebody might say, why are you making a fuss over a plaque? Interesting. So it appears as though a plaque or was put up on the Maria Holder Foundation building. There. Let's go to the picture with the lady in the yellow dress, Dave. Yeah. Go to the one in the yellow dress first, I think. Okay. Oh, right. So here you have a situation. Look at the top of it, and I think I'm confusing myself here, Dave. You are right. So I need to show the other one first. Yes, thank you. All right. Yeah, this makes more sense. Thank you. The Maria Holder Nurses School, Gall Hill, was officially opened by the Right Honorable Frondell J. Stewart, QC MP, Prime Minister of Barbados, on Friday, the 6th of January, 2017, gratefully acknowledging the kind donation by the Maria Holder Memorial Trust. All right. Now, the way these things happen is that they're ready to open the foundation, to open the nurses' school. They call the prime minister. The prime minister comes and he cuts the ribbon, and then whatever else that the government would do for them, etc. I'm sure there's some other things that are done, and then they put the plaque up in giving respect to that particular person. Now, in 2025, when 16th of September. The 16th of September, 2025, we're now seeing this plaque on the same building, not another building in the same, down the street or, in the same area. Actually the same building underneath. Okay, so you have the other plaque there, and then underneath the plaque that was put there in 2017, acknowledging the former prime minister. So Maria Holder Gall Hill Early Childhood Development Center of Excellence, officially opened by the Honorable Chad Blackman, JP MP, Minister of Education, the 16th of September 2025. Right? So that is what was there. Now, Dave, if you show the one with the person in the yellow, put it in the yellow dress. Now look at this. Notice,
is that the same plaque?
It's the same plaque. Bring it up, Dave.
Oh, 16. So for the purpose of the opening, they covered up.
So for the purpose of the opening, they covered up from the plaque that was put there. I want you to think about that. And what we're looking at is a principle, because a lot of times people are like, oh, that's so foolish, leave that alone. Because we are surface, we look at things on a surface level, right? We look at it on a surface level. They covered over the plaque, okay, and put down this whole fancy things with the tassels on the side there, and it was the opening for Chad Blackman. Okay, and I don't know who organized this or who put this in place. I don't know, but it just, something about this is just for me does not sit well. But Dave, before you respond, I want to go to Stephanie Chase's post, Dave. And again, I am using this as fair use. It's been put up on social media for everybody. And I know that Chase Files seems to me, I don't know, but it appears to me that she is a very strong BLP supporter and very supportive of Chad Blackman. So let me just take a look at what she's written here. She says, at first, I could not understand what people were upset about, but then I realized that the plaque which stated the Maria Holder Trust Nursery in Gall Hill was officially opened by former Prime Minister Fernandez Stewart the 6th of January 2017 was actually covered up. Now, I can't even believe she even wrote his name, Adrian, there. But anyway, now it seems it has been renamed and officially opened by Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Educational Transformation. And this is her opinion of it. This is unprofessional, petty, and low. One does not have to erase or diminish the good work of others, but alas, this is politics and the rules are different. This was just not a nice thing to do at all. They could have even placed a plaque somewhere else. I don't get it. Shake my head. What do you think? Let's discuss respectfully. All of a sudden, respectfully. All right. Very interesting, and very mild. I would love to know if a DLP person had done that, how they would have dealt with this, Adrian. But the chat is going. Oh, somebody. Oh, let's hear from some of the other people, Adrian, before we get say want. Somebody wrote here. Get say want to erase any mention of or link to the DLP. Propose that Errol Barrett Day be removed and he be celebrated on National Heroes Day instead. Propose the sale of the LSC to Ross and then moving the National Conference Center to the site of the old geriatric hospital. Turn in Republic on November 30th and then proposing that the day be renamed from Independence Day to Republic Day, thus reducing the celebration of the father of independence. How did Ninja Man get his hands on the independence jacket?
Very good. Yeah.
Very interesting. Dave, do you have another one out there? It's good to hear what the people are saying, Adrian. Let's go to another one. Dave, do you find anything out there, even anything at all, in the comment section? Is there anything else? No? Let's read our own chat then. Oh, Dave had some more. Somebody says, if you constantly speak of a lost decade, you can't have any proof of that narrative being a lie. Very important one there. We must hold on to that, Adrian, if we can take a screenshot. If you constantly speak of a lost decade, you can't have any proof of that narrative being a lie. Somebody wrote, total disrespect in my eyes. Nah, man, that's not nice at all. Somebody said SMH, shake my head loudly, right? I think that the average Barbadian, anybody with any kind of conscience, Adrian, is going to see that something is wrong here. And I want to say before you comment, let me say this to Barbadians. This is exactly, Adrian, why I am labeled a DLP, right? Because I saw they were trying to erase this party. I saw that, Adrian, as an outsider. I looked in and I saw that, and I knew in myself that that is wrong. That is wrong. And that's how I got in and started to talk about the DLP and to highlight what they're doing. This is a disgrace. And as far as I'm concerned, as Maria is saying, Maria Griffith said, this is disrespectful. Bajans cannot see. She's saying, somebody said, these comments in the listed behaviors seen in communist regimes. I don't see what you're saying, Hurricane. Somebody says, VOI says he's education, transformation, and can't do his own thing. What horrible example for kids. He's teaching children to take other people's credit. Judith says this is true to form of the party. They want to remove Errol Walter Barrow from history. It's not just Errol Walter Barrow. It is also the DLP. And this is what Barbadians need to understand. Uselin King said, I was present at that opening. Which one were you present at? Because now there are two. Paul Messiah says, curse on those who remove the landmarks. Somebody says he reminds me of Trump's wife with the Michelle Obama speech. I remember that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
But this is even worse. This is worse in my mind. Somebody says most of us don't understand how dangerous the BLP has become.
Become? I've always been like that.
We are canceling the actions of the DLP.
We're calling them out, though. Call them out.
Right. We understand, Marva, because we showed it that the plaque is not covered anymore. But we noted that for the media launch that they had, they realized in what they were doing and had to put this blue thing over it to cover this one. Yes? Somebody says distasteful. It was deceitful. There, I said it. Rewriting history. 2 plaques, how silly. This is disrespectful. They didn't have to do that. A plaque was put up and a new name on the wall. Early Childhood Development Center for Excellence. Yes, we saw that. That looks so bad. That is dishonest and disrespectful. Somebody said that's a Trump thing. What is a Trump thing? Yeah, but over to you, Adrian.
So did he do anything? Was any new work done? Was a new building added? Was something added to the building?
I checked into that, and I was told there was no new building added. There was nothing added.
Really, no new work
That's
done.
What I checked in.
Nothing.
Checked in. The name has been changed.
So he changed. So this is like, I don't know. Oh my God, changing Barbados label from constitutional monarchy to republic,
exactly.
And then all of a sudden we are this thing that we weren't before. So, that's ridiculous. No, that's totally ridiculous. The plaque in his name is totally ridiculous. I thought that this is a new annex or some extension to the building, and therefore this is the reason why he has a plaque. So his plaque should not be there. Period, because he hasn't done anything. The hell, that's ridiculous. Granted, yes, they did it just for the ceremony, and the plaque for Frondell Stewart is not permanently covered, but it's still wrong, and it's deceitful. It's deceitful because he didn't do anything to have a plaque, right? And it's deceitful for him to do that. There was no need for him to do that.
But
this speaks to, huh?
Look at the comment, because to ask, remember he's talking about schools of excellence. So what he basically did is just rename this one as a school of excellence.
And it calls for a plaque like that. That even looks more expensive than the one
that was there.
Who
so
actually
he's
built the damn thing.
That's why I tell people this. People in the BLP should be very concerned about Chad Blackman.
It's so ridiculous.
Just from watching him, yeah.
The man getting gold chain for doing nothing. That's ridiculous. Oh my gosh, he should be shamed and
Keep
called
going,
out.
Adrian. I'm coming.
Yeah, he should be shamed and be called out. The plaque shouldn't be there in the first place. This is more than about covering up the original plaque that commemorated the actual building of the building, right? Which they shouldn't have done. He's getting a plaque for doing absolutely nothing. How is that not, oh my goodness. And then, people would get upset with me for, I always said, I say these things, and I know it's Marcia's show, and I don't want to bring her into disrepute. Not that I would, if it was my own show, I wouldn't have a problem saying it, right? But I always say that the epidemic of obesity in Barbados has direct response to the low productivity in Barbados. The two go hand in hand. And this is an example of that. This man hasn't done anything to deserve a plaque, but he got one. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't know anything about the guy. I've never seen him. I mean, quite frankly, I'm the type of person, if I ever had to run into him, I would bring this up in the most unsavory terms as well, as, that he's gotten a plaque for doing absolutely nothing. Because that's exactly what it is. It's just ridiculous. I take umbrage for the fact that he got a plaque, not that he covered up Frondell's stores for just for the ceremony. He shouldn't get a plaque in the first place. This is ridiculous. I thought he did something. I thought he added the building, or he didn't even repair the roof or add new windows.
And this is what I have found out now, and I will always say this: I am open to correction, but I checked what was not my understanding, and so if that is the case, somebody message me. As far as I know, Adrian.
Anybody in the chat, can you confirm that this thing of excellence is actually an addition to this building? It's a new building that a plaque is being attributed to?
That I know. I know it's not a new building. Whether he did anything inside that will probably put up a light bulb, and I didn't know.
Not even a new bit? Nothing?
But all I know is I can tell you it's not a new building.
Wow. Lazy man get a plaque for nothing, but that's ridiculous. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Wow.
Now, Dave, what are you're putting something up there? Are they planning to rename the David Thompson? Is that what you're saying?
Somebody said not one shake was done to the building. No, someone in the chat says that not one S was done to the building.
Yeah. This is wrong, and I think that
absolutely
in the spirit, Adrian, this is why these are some of the things I love about America, and to some extent Jamaica. Mm-hmm. You're gonna get called out bad for this. You understand me?
Oh yeah.
And let me tell you, you're gonna have to apologize. You're gonna have to take down your plaque, and you're gonna have to apologize. That's how it happened in America, and that's my problem with Barbados. Because for me, Adrian, I'm a justice person. That's the truth.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it about myself until later in life. I get passionate about things that are unjust, and they have treated Frondell Stewart in such a disrespectful way, and that is why he thought he could get away with it in going to try to erase or to take something away from Frondell Stewart. But I tell you something, I will use my platform and continue to call out this young man, Chad Blackman. And you remember when on the show we were saying, and we knew he was a pretender, that he's telling the people, oh, he's gonna be running with them.
Yep.
And you remember because you see, because you know what it is, Adrian, they weren't hearing what we were trying to tell them, that the man is a pretender, that there's something wrong with him. I can guarantee you he hasn't started running with the people in St. James North. And listen, I go walking every morning. I'm not trying to say anything about his weight. And even if I did, so what? He to be overweight.
Yeah, that's why I don't, because it's your show, right? But me, I take a different. I don't care what he thinks or what people think of me for criticizing him, right? He's fat and lazy. I've said it. You know, he's fat and lazy, and it's so obvious.
Well, it's your opinion.
Yeah, it's my opinion, lazy man. Chad, get a plaque for doing absolutely nothing, right? And I don't want to bring you in trouble. So if you don't want me to say this on your show, I wouldn't say it. Right?
But you know what?
This is something that I would say to him to his face. I'm not afraid of him. I would say it to his face, right? I would say it to his face. It's a joke. Yeah.
You know, and the reason this is important is that this guy is just a talker. When do we remember? This is facts. Election. He started the road. He started a road. This man is a pretender, and he didn't finish it. Election finished, and the road not finished.
Oh my God!
Did you part of the road? The people from St. James. I keep mixing up. North or south? South.
North. Yeah, St. James North.
North. SJN. Right. St. James North. They are telling me, but Marcia, the road not finished. This is what this fraudster did. And again, this is what we're telling people, right? That what I'm saying is this: I can guarantee you that what he was planning to do with all of those farmers, what we should do is begin to shame this man. We need to shame him, Adrian. What about all the plans that he did? The plans he did for the he said for the farmers. This man is a fraudster, Chad Blackman. He has not done the things for the farmers. He did not finish the roads in St. James North. All the things he said he was going to do in St. James North. He didn't start doing any jogging. He has to, you said to the people, I am going to get fit and I'm going to lose weight. That's what you said. Did you lose weight, sir?
I did. I heard him. I think I curated a video clip of him saying that. You know,
when they say he was, that alone tells you that he says. And I knew when I heard him, I said, "Look at this man. He's a fraud. So it's so hard to lose weight." And then he said he's gonna lose weight. And you see, because we're talking about that now, you have surface thinking Barbadians will not look at the full conversation of what we are talking about the fraudster that this man is. Okay. And obviously lazy, that he is going to take somebody else's credit.
Yeah. For doing nothing. Right? Somebody please correct me. I can't believe that no work was done on this building, just renaming it, and he gets a plaque that's made out of what looks like more expensive marble than the one for Frondell Stewart, who actually did the work. Somebody correct me, because I am motivated to call his office and tell him to his face that he's a fraud, if that's the case. So somebody please tell me that I'm wrong, that they put on an annex, I don't know, a new quarter troll plastic or something was done in order for this plaque to go on, because I can't believe that he did absolutely nothing other than change a name. But then again, that's par for the course of this party, because that's all they did with the Constitution. You're no longer a constitutional monarchy, you're a republic, and all of a sudden this great thing has occurred when really nothing has.
He should be called on to remove this plaque. And I am telling you, and this is my challenge with with some of my DLP friends that I have. The Miss McLean, I love Miss McLean, because Miss McLean, is a very diplomatic person, and so on. And there those people in the DLP, they carry of that statue. That is how they carry themselves. But you can't do that all the time. You can't do that all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to roll in the dirt like them. And that's the problem that they have. And they feel like, you know, as a Christian, I must not roll in the dirt like them. Sometimes you're going to have to roll with them again and some punch too. You understand? Yeah. And I'm saying that he needs to remove this.
That's right, Marcia. I had a neighbor that was a very devout Christian. I remember she get in an argument with another neighbor. And she said, Lord, I beg you for 5 minutes to deal with this person. She said, Lord, give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes.
Listen to me. I don't ask him for no 5 minutes because I'm not going to sin my soul. I don't need to sin my soul to deal with you. But because I believe, Adrian, in justice. I believe in what's right.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And I believe those are the causes. When I see Christian people don't want to get involved, and they're telling me that, oh, you're too involved in politics and you do this and you do whatever. This is not involved in politics. The church should be leading the way and say, but this is dishonest, minister. The pastors need to be telling, you understand, Adrian? The church leaders need to call Chad Blackman and say, cut this out. This is dishonest, my brother.
But I want to encourage you to continue, you know, and don't worry about, you know, somebody saying it's petty. And I might have done a little bit of that yesterday too, when I said that we shouldn't be talking about the little Remo boy Koftiwala and what he said. But it is true. These little things are little snippets to a larger thing that they're trying to achieve. So every time that they occur, we need to magnify it and let people see what's going on. And then that way we can that way you can continue to build a narrative of what they seem to want to do. In this case, seeming to want to erase the work that was done in the last 10 years, as the person wrote, that if they have this narrative of the lost decade, they're trying to remove any remnants of anything that could represent an opposite story. So yeah, call them out, you know, magnify it. People may want to dismiss it as being petty. Those people who want you to keep quiet and not to say it because they know that there's a story here. So I want to commend you on doing this and to continue to all these little things is part of a bigger story, a part of a bigger narrative that they're trying to bring to bear on Barbadians.
Yeah, 1 second. Somebody's on the line, but you must turn down your device. Please turn down your device and just hang on. Let me just also say that but what you said, it is a small thing, you know.
Yeah.
If you understand, it's a small thing, but it's, as you said, it's as they add up. So even last night, you don't want to take a whole time dealing with this little young boy, but you have to mention it a little bit because it's part of a bigger story. But don't stop saying when you think it's petty, because it's good to hear, Adrian. You are living in the US. I appreciate that. So sometimes you're looking in and you will see a big picture, you know. And so keep saying that and let us, we will, yeah. But we have a caller on the line. Go ahead, caller. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show. Let's see if we can hear you tonight.
Yes, good night. It seems like there's going to be a bloat in St. Lucia. Weather's going to blow away yellow.
Mm-hmm.
But let me say that I think it was disgusting to have put an another plaque on the building. I was there when that building was opened. I was involved in the preparation of the plaque as a senior officer. And I think that if he was going to make a change or put on something on that building, the building, even though it had been handed over to us, people of Barbados, consultation or what I've had in part as regards the Maria Olsen Trust. And let me say that would have to be a cabinet decision. He could not have done that on his own. And furthermore, I think that his permanent secretary, who I consider to be a very weak permanent secretary, should have advised him that that's not the protocol
Let me ask you something. Who is the permanent secretary? It should be that you shouldn't be afraid to be able to say that. But
I really can't remember her name. All I can tell you is that she crossed over from one area since this government changed into the permanent secretary. She was in the
all right, we will find it. They will help me to find that. Or Adrian.
She's not appointed though. She's acting because after the interviews that they had in the appointments to place her in an active position. She has not got the experience. She has not got the administrative experience in the area to provide the guidance to him. Anyway, but that indeed. I think that Minister Blackman asked to concentrate on meaningful things instead of trying to ostracize the last prime minister.
Yes, I most definitely agree with you, and thank you for saying that you were actually there. I
will add and say I pass that building regularly at least 3 to 4 times a week, and I have not seen any construction. In fact, there's not much space on that land to do any construction anyhow. So there wasn't any expansion on that land.
Yes. Thank you for your call. Thank you for your call, sir. And yes, it looks as though red is the mood in St. Lucia. Thank you for your call. Appreciate it very much. Yes. So callers, no, you can call in as well if we you can. You can call in. I'm looking here at some people are sending a WhatsApp message. I'm hearing that there was a shooting in Nelson Street, shooting in Gall Hill at 8:46, and then a shooting in Nelson Street as well. Okay, so some things are coming in. Right. At this point, it looks like it's only Chastonnay as one seat, as I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So Wendy, her name is Wendy Odell. That's Chad's permanent secretary.
Wendy Odell. That's the permanent secretary. I mean, we need to write these people. I am done with this talking every minute. All we're doing is talking. It must be removed. And I'm telling you, in some places, Adrian, and this is what people don't understand. In some places, he will get up and somebody put a jackhammer to that in the morning. They need to remove it. They need to officially remove it before somebody removes it.
Yeah, we have too much fear. I do recall there was a former minister of tourism that took umbrage to the way Dame Nita Barrow's name, or something to do with her name being on the roundabout on the highway, the Dame Nita Barrow roundabout or something.
Dave, check that out for us. Dame Nita Barrow roundabout.
A former, a former minister of tourism out of the DLP government. I don't remember his name. He was an English expat that had lived in Barbados for many years. A white guy, and he went up there and took it down. He took it down, and the police didn't want to. Police went. He went back home. The argument then was that he was not arrested for destroying Crown property because he was white. That was the argument. And I guess a lot of people would say that he only did that because he knew he was privileged. That if a poor black boy did do that, they would have been not only arrested, they would have been roughed up and been fined some ridiculous amount of money. I think he was eventually charged. The police went to his house. Inspector Beckles went to his house and gave him the charge papers, and he was fined something. I don't know the full story, but I'm saying that to say that Barbadians that look like you and I have the fear, and rightly so, because our own brothers and sisters in law enforcement don't treat us nicely when we run afoul of the law or are assumed to have run afoul of the law. When they come to pick you up, you can get some good licks when on your way to the station, and then the whole embarrassment quotient that goes with that seems to deter people from. And I'm not suggesting or recommend anybody go and jackhammer or anything of the sort, right? But I don't expect anything like that to happen in Barbados, because the people who would do something like that are the ones who are engaging in all the killings and stuff like that. They're not interested in politics to the point they're not so socially orientated that they would channel the anger that has led them to murder and violence to go and remove or jackhammer a signage on a building. And that's sad. But at the same time, yes, we can do what we can civilly, as you said, in addition to talking and highlighting and magnifying these little issues that are going to add up. If we don't say anything, we can write letters. We can call it out at every opportunity. When we see this man out in public, respectfully remind him that what he did was wrong. Call it out respectfully. And we need to get to that point. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no law that says that if Chap Bladman is walking on Broad Street and you happen to be walking down Broad Street and you feel sufficiently aggrieved as a citizen of this country for this behavior, that you can say, Mr. Blackman, what you did was absolutely wrong. There's no law against that. There's no need to be fearful of saying that, because these folks need to be challenged. They need to be challenged in a civil way, right? And I would implore anybody to do that. Stand your ground, stay within distance. There's not a violent thing or anything, and speak your truth to these individuals. But we continue to treat to them as if they are something to fear, and we get in the rum shops and in our homes on social media and we talk about it and we don't say anything to them, or we don't try to make any attempt to say anything to them. I try to practice what I preach. I go on all of their websites. When I have something to say, I go on all of their Facebook, social medias until they block me. I say what I have to say to them. I'm not afraid. And I'm only doing that because I live up here. But if I had to see them anywhere, I would tell them. Granted, I'm not necessarily going to go out of my way to go meet them anywhere if they come up here. But if I happen to be somewhere and they show up, I would have that conversation with them, whether they like it or not. And we need to do that. I hear this thing about being, I could only do this because I live up here, and you all Beijing Yankees think you all are this and think you all are that, and it's all part of the whole intimidation process to continue the status quo where Barbadians cower, and continue to suffer under the weight of these people, right? And don't say anything to them, but among ourselves, right? And I see it for what it is. It's just more of the same people who are part of the cog, people who are benefiting from the status quo would want to maintain that. So anything or anyone who they see as a threat to that, people like me who are willing to speak out, people like you get the threats all the time, who are willing to speak out, they see that as an existential threat to what they see as their livelihood, their getting by. So everything that comes out of their mouth is not from sincerity. It is not because they fear something legitimate. It is about self-interest and about protecting what they think they could lose if people start to speak their truth and hold these people to account and vote accordingly, that all that they have and that they rely on will go away. And from that perspective, they fake their righteousness in terms of not wanting people to speak out, that speaking out is doing something wrong when this should be allowed in a democracy.
Yeah, very well said, Adrian. And I'm so happy that you pointed out what happened with the roundabout. And actually, I found the year that it was done in it's 1997. It happened when Peter Morgan, he was a former minister of tourism. And he went there on the 31st of May 1997 and actually removed the sign. And I'm going to get back to some important information about that. But we have a caller on the line.
Okay.
Good night, caller.
Good night, Marcia.
Good night.
Judy Jokes.
Yes, hi, Judy.
Yeah, the breadfruit is nice. I know it's some fruit. I never think tell Chad Blackman to take that bloody plaque down. He doing wrong. Take it to Fred down. He want me famous. He really that he won't put up a plaque. What he put up? He won't put up a plaque. Take it to Fred down. That's what caused these billions a bill, and he is so blocks me up. Tell he take it down.
Chad, you're doing wrong. Take it down. Chad, you're doing wrong. Take it down.
No,
man.
No, somebody fat off your body. You're too fat.
All right, okay, bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right. Lord, help me. Help me. I tell you, my Bajan people, boy, they're not easy. They're not easy. I tell you. I never heard that word used in that term in that way before, but anyway, that's funny.
Take it down.
Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. But what I see David showing me something there with the David Thompson polyclinic. But before we look at that, let me just say that in 1997, the issue that that this gentleman had, Peter Morgan had, and this was during the BLP administration, which you're saying, Adrian, this seemed to be what some people think. I don't know, I can't vouch for that, but you were saying this seemed to be the manner in which they operate. They put up a signage but would not give her proper title, right? Because he says he was unhappy with the omission of her title, right?
Yeah.
And yes, and so he went up there and he took it down. And because they refuse. It says, for context, he was charged and convicted later that year on the 12th of November, 1997. But the conviction was quashed on appeal at the Court of Appeal, 30th of June, 1998. All right? So he was convicted and charged, but it was later quashed in the Court of Appeal. And this is Adrian, I am so glad you raised this, honestly, because what this is telling us is here you have this white man, this white Bajan, who did not have a problem in getting a conviction on his record to defend the dignity of this Black woman. This is a white Barbadian, right? He went and he took down the sign because they refused to put the woman's the correct title, dame, there, because that's what she was. That's her title, and he refused.
And Marcia, I might be wrong. It might have been buried. The way you just phrased it, because I'll be honest with you, when it occurred, I saw it through the lens of a Black man and white privilege. So I wanted him to get arrested. That's the truth. But I did not see it the way you just said it. And I don't recall. I was a young guy back then, and I don't recall anybody in the DLP framing it the way you said it, because that might have changed my whole perspective. I just saw this white guy doing something that if I, as a Black man, had done it, I would have been arrested forcibly and beaten up, all that kind of stuff. And probably I would still have that charge on my record to this day. That's how I saw it. And a lot of people saw it that way too. A lot of black young men like me saw it that way. We didn't see it as him doing it to defend the honor of another black person. I did not see it that way.
I mean, as a woman, she that's what was given to her.
Right, but it's a powerful argument. That's what I'm saying. It's a powerful argument, and I honestly, even though you saying it, it's now occurring to me that if I had heard, because I didn't dawn on me naturally on my own through volition to come to that realization, right? But maybe if I had heard it, it would have, then I might have been able to reinterpret it differently, because I had significant angst against Peter Morgan as a white man and against the police, right? For treating, this is how I said, they didn't arrest him right there and then. They didn't go for him right there and then. They went for him a couple of days, maybe weeks later. They went to his house to give him the charge papers. Whereas something like that would have led to me being incarcerated, right? So that's how I saw it. But again, the whole idea of him defending the honor of a black person, which ties into the fact, ties into how I see it as a black person and how I would be treated, right? It would have changed the whole dynamic, I believe, back then, because you're young and you have all these ideas and stuff. I'm more tighter in my inspection of activities and actions before I reach a conclusion. But back then, it was just one-on-one, me as a black man against him. But what you just said, that's a completely different narrative. That had that been promulgated back then, if that had been publicized back then, I might have had a different approach, and people might have had a different approach. But he was not in the media. He was pummeled from that perspective of a person with privilege and being treated softly by the police in relation to how the police would have treated somebody not so privileged.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you think, I mean, you don't, if you're going to honor somebody and the person, say the person was knighted, you've got to put the sir on it. If you are creating something in somebody's honor, let's be real. You're going to put the sir. She wasn't born. Somebody's arguing in the comment section. She wasn't born Dame Nita, but you are honoring her. You're honoring her, and she's no longer here to defend herself. And you know, we find that a lot where we, like, for example, this thing with for example, even what happened with Ronnie, you will hear people say, "Oh, leave him alone, leave him alone. You know, he's half white. He can fend for him." No, take the principle of it. Take the principle of what was done with Ronnie. It's the principle of it. And if it's wrong, if the person was black, it was wrong. If you understand, white, regardless of what the situation is. But he was ready. He took a charge. He went and he took a charge.
And that's the part that's relevant today, that he was willing to do what so many Barbadians have similar thoughts about things that are wrong, but have an outsized fear of what repercussions could come their way that causes them to not do anything and to remain silent, right? Even simple things like speaking out where there's no law against that. We don't want to do it because this fear of being victimized or being, ostracized or whatever causes us to be silent. But here he knew that he was damaging Crown property. He knew there was going to be some consequence to pay, but it didn't stop him from doing what he thought was right. And there's a lesson there for us, There's a lesson there for us that for people who are suffering so much, that in itself, the high cost of living and all these things that these people are doing, more people should be marching, more people should be writing, more people should be calling into brass tacks and expounding on all the difficulties, and more people should be heading to the polls and ensuring that they're registered to go to the polls to make a difference, even if it's just to demonstrate to this government that hey, we're not going to sit on the sidelines anymore.
Yeah. And so I want to ask, because I said to this white guy, a white Bajan guy, and he was very frank with me. He said, "Marcia, you guys always talk about racism and how white people treating black people, but," he said, you guys treat each other like SHIT, he says. I don't use that word. So I'm going to spell it out because I wanted to see how graphic. And I really jumped at it. He said, "You do. Look at how you treat each other." And I'm saying, that a lot of us, we would see what happened to Frondel Stewart. I mean, he can't come out and to speak on his behalf because it looked funny. You know what I mean? That you're arguing now about a plaque and all of that. He can't come and speak on his behalf. What are we going to do about what Chad Blair has said?
It is true.
Barbadians are we going to do concerning what was done to Honorable Frondel Stewart? We have a
We should
caller.
call it out. They
Caller,
need to stop it if they're that.
Guys, thank you so much for calling.
Yes, a blessed good night.
Yes.
Marcia, what is being done is creating problems. And this is my submission tonight, creating problems. You know that recently the security services was put on standby. Now, I believe that they were put on standby because somebody creating problems. Now, when you take away property from the people, you are creating problems. When you openly challenge history to cover it up, you are creating problems. When you try to transform Independence Day, you're creating problems. When you got to go to court to get back what you took from us, when we have to go to court to get back what you took from us, you're creating problems. When we I write something here. Just trying to think. We go. What I'm saying. Okay. When we have to fight for the things that we ought not be fighting for, you're going to say that we are creating problems. But the thing is that you're the ones who are creating problems. When you start to replace the things that we are fighting for, it seems as though you're trying to confuse the whole issue. So you are going to be we're actually going to be a lost decade if the government keeps trying to fight the one people. So I'm saying, do not vote for a party that has no integrity. All you'll be doing is creating more problems. So that's my
creating problems. Thank you so much. Adrian, any thoughts on what the caller has just said?
Very well said. I think that there's an echo. I'm getting an echo. Okay. Yeah, no, that was very well said. Very well. I understood it. I think that needs to be curated out and put out there. He lists off all the things that are occurring now that are part of what I call the politics of chaos. This is all deliberate. This is all deliberate.
Explain a bit more about that. The politics of chaos. Educate us on that a bit more.
It's just I'm just titling what we are experiencing. All of these pieces of legislation that are being rushed through that are not very well written, right? That leads to significant debate, right? Add to that the plaque thing that leads to debate as well, right? All of this is chaotic. It's all driven from this hot and sweaty approach that Motley has entered into and have her ministers entered into. I did a little piece there of what Simmons says about what the Prime Minister says to them is to anything that they're responsible for to pull it down and rebuild. And that's what they're doing. And that's why everybody's rushing to ensure that they meet the Prime Minister's goal of when she asks, what have you done for me lately? I've done something, even though tourism bill not written properly, cybercrime bill not written properly, all of these things. So this all part of the chaos. And he just lists out a whole bunch of things that are affecting Barbadians day in and day out that is leading to these issues, right? Creating problems. Problems is chaos. So that's all I was just titling what he said. But the way he delivered it is more layman terms, which is what is really needed, because I think there might be an issue where a lot of the things we say are not very well understood by the average person, and they need to understand. And I think what the young guy, I'm assuming it's a young person, the way he coached how he lists out the things that they're doing and defining it as causing problems is easier to understand, because I'm sure a lot of people who were listening to what he just said were shaking their head and say, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. So I just said, yeah, problems equals to chaos. So that's why I said politics of chaos.
V. Hoy was saying here, people vote against their own interests.
Yes.
And their children's interests.
Yes.
In the name of their party. They, look at the woman who refused to reach out to her rep or to criticize their rep. And that's one of the reasons when the bridge was fell in St. Joseph, and the roads were, when you see some of these roads in St. Joseph, we were going to do a roadside up there, and the people were so defending the rep. They were defending their representative. I said, you know what? Well, you're okay then. We don't need to come up there. You're fine. You're fine all by yourself. Because they don't want us to say anything bad about the representative. Yeah. It's the same thing with Joe's River issue. That representative, who is also the Attorney General, could have done way more for them with that. Victor had to be the one, leading the charge with it. Yes, he got involved, but not in the way. It should never have gotten to that point. We never heard him get to publicly advocate for. And
on that, two things. What the white guy said to you about blacks on blacks, and I did something I always said. People always talk about black on black crime, but I said that's not the real issue, right? It is black on black poor delivery of service in Barbados, and this is not to defend the government. But the reality is that it's not the government, those 28 or 29 individuals in parliament that actually delivers or is charged with delivering the service that is so poor or non-existent. It is black Barbadians just like you and I who are not doing their jobs properly. That up to now we have a transport board and don't have a properly scheduled system that they can print out and people have and have a good opportunity that, yeah, this bus is supposed to come at 9:20, it will be there on 9:20. I mean, this is something that they should be doing, right? The road works, the people come in, they read the roads and they put the stuff right on the side and it stays there for the next 3 weeks and goes back into where they just clean. These are Barbadians just like you and I who are charged with doing these things that are not doing it. So to some extent, I do see where people would want to not bother the representative, but deal with the departments that are not doing the work that is causing them the angst that they're suffering. But at some point, right, you should be able to reach out to the minister and say, hey, look, Waterworks ain't doing their job. Okay, this department ain't doing their job. I need for you, because they're all government departments. He's part of government or she's part of government. They should then be able to go and make these people do right by the citizens or fire them. But it is true what that white guy says. We don't treat each other with respect. A lot of us get jobs because we are close to a parliamentarian. We get a job in government, and Barbadians have this, my experience, this cultural thing that once they're your friends, that they can treat to you as they feel like on a business arrangement. You hire your friend, he's a painter, to paint for you, because you're an easy friend, he can take 2 years to get the job finished. Because in his mind, that's my buddy, man. Even though you're paying for the job, they don't see it as something that they should professionally honored and be done with in an appropriate time. They treat it as friends working with friends, even though you're paying him for it, right? So we get a lot of that nonsense that goes on. So from that respect, I do see what the white guy is saying, that yes, these people in these departments, whether it's MTW, whether it's licensing authority, right? They're sitting on their butts and they are doing a disservice to their fellow Barbadian, right? And that should stop. That should stop.
Yeah. And one of the things that when I asked people what they wanted us to talk about tonight, because the election in the coverage was not, sometimes they're talking over each other and so on. And I said, let's go and have a chat about some local issues. Somebody said, well, one person, they wanted to talk about the plaque issue with the fraudster there, Chad Blackman, but then they also wanted to talk about wise voting. And actually that's what it turns out. This is what we are also talking about.
Okay.
And VR is saying if we have 100K voters like the caller, we would see a shift in government. And look what she said, a shift in government. We're not talking about party. I want to see us grow up, that we're not focusing on party, because whatever party gets in, and once the show still exists, we are going to deal with that government that is in. That's the thing about it. When we begin to focus, have that kind of focus. And I agree with you when you said there, if we have 100K voters like the caller, we would see something. Carol says, Adrian, the 28 members in parliament represent themselves, surely not the people of Barbados. But I had a video that I want. We talk about representation, right? And I was supposed to send that to you guys. But I'm going to look for it. You can read some more comments, Mr. Hines, and just let me look for the video and send for you.
Let me see where. Vihoy says, Doug C, aka Mr. Rangi, has to go to the communities to advocate for people who refuses to advocate for themselves. Hurricane Writer says, Vihoy, I recommended George Orwell's 1984 to you. There you will see all that government is doing and will do in 1984. Marvam Hunt. People talk about safe seats, but still ain't seeing a representative nor getting anything done in the constituency for years. That is so true. St. Thomas, for a long time, St. John, but St. Peter, St. Lucie, there's a number of representatives that are not true representatives in the sense that people would want, and they still go vote for them. I just don't understand that. Josh P says, I heard people from the Bayfield area complaining that they get unfair by the transport board, yes, and have to wait long for a bus, yet still see these stupid ass BLP people talking crap. Very true. It's amazing the lengths that people will go to deny reality because they have a partisan outlook on life. Reality. There's a lot of Baghdad Bobs in Barbados. Baghdad Bob is that Saddam Hussein Minister of Communications, who was saying that they're beating back the U.S. Well, in the background, you could see the U.S. tanks coming through all of their defenses. He was in complete denial. So a lot of partisan people are like that. They refuse to see what is it saying? The forest for the trees. Yeah. So who else is here? Let's see, Josh. Whoever buy those new electric buses want lock-in. I don't think, no, when it comes to money, Barbadians tend to be very, very erudite in how they're spending their money. I think people understand that those electric buses are not something that they want to be saddled with. I can't see anybody in their right minds taking on what is a failed concept. Because I think that's the reason why the government wants to get rid of them, to get that burden off of them and give it to people. I don't think people are going to go for it. But that could also be a rouse to bring in Uber to run mass transit. That's another thing that Uber has been trialing in certain states and in certain countries. So it could very well be one where, the government is making an offer or claiming to make an offer to bring in or to sell these buses to private entities, knowing that they're not going to do it. And then say, well, you guys didn't take it, so we're giving it to Uber, which is what they intended all along. Again, this government is a hoodwink government. A lot of the things they say are not intended for what they are suggesting, there's usually an ulterior motive, and you have to really be wary, skeptical of what they say. Listen to what they say, recall it, and then watch for actions later on that would prove that that was just a ruse, that they were heading down the road to something else. You just simply can't trust them. That's been my experience with this law. See, look up 4524. People are not looking at issues and the direction being taken and how they affect them and their children. They are blindly concerned with their party, regardless of issues. Very, very true. Very true. Paul Messiah, Mia promised a pensioner on TV that she will have better bus service than the next fleet of electric buses arrive. All right, so I guess she's holding true to her promise. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's good. Keep the comments coming, guys. But as we were talking about representation, someone said this to me, and this was at a local level, where the local help me in Jamaica, they have, they have local representative, and they have something like a parliament. I don't remember. I left there so long.
Local council, and they have
Local council. Yes.
Yeah, they have the same thing in Trinidad as well.
Yes. So this is at one of those. Okay. So Dave, if you can go ahead and play this. Guys, listen. I know the accent might be strong, but we played it a couple times just so you to get to listen to it. I thought of you, Adrian. But listen, play it, Dave. Thank you.
Superintendent is coming to tell me today, 1 month after, about revised estimate, when the people up there drink bullfrog, and you comfortable with that as a good representative? Eh?
All right, thank you so much, Council.
Talk me for what?
All right, we're going off to continue with the meeting.
Talk me for what?
3 times on this particular point. We're moving on.
No, Chairman, you're not going to move before the people get up.
Yes, I am.
Move then.
Right, please sit down.
You're not going to move.
Please have a seat.
No.
Councillor,
not here this day. Yes. Not here this day. I need answers. This is done here now. Don't tell me nothing.
This water tank in Epworth contaminated with frogs and other rodents.
Bullfrog just melt off. Here you look at it right now, there. Just melt off. Like if you come to. Man. The skin just melt off. Me I tell you, man, this thing is sick in you, man. We don't have money to buy water. So we have to just drink it.
And today, the superintendent is coming to tell me, today, 1 month after, about revised estimate, when the people up there drink bullfrog, and you comfortable with that, eh?
All right, thank you so much, Council.
Talk me for what?
All right, we're going off to continue with the meeting.
Talk me for what?
3 times on this particular point.
This issue.
We're moving on.
No, Chairman, you're not going to move before the people get up.
Yes, I am.
Move then.
Right, please sit down.
You're not going to move.
Have a seat.
No. Not here this day. Yes. Not here this day. I need answers. This is done here now. Don't tell me nothing.
This water tank in Epworth contaminated with frogs and rodents.
Just melt off. Here you look at it right now, there. Just melt off. Like if you come to. Man. The skin just melt off. Me I tell you, man, this thing is sick in you, man. We don't have money to buy water. So we have to
oh my God.
Today, the superintendent is.
Oh my goodness. Marcia, I heard, I'm going to break into my Jamaican accent now. I heard about managed water, but me not hear about frog water.
Yeah, the man said, the council, these are 2 councils. Let's read the comment section, Dave. Let's read the comments. If you can make it a little bigger, Dave, is it possible? If you could make it a little, thank you. This was 1 week ago. This caused 2 councillors to be in a heated exchange. And they are there to represent the people. And he's saying they want to give a revised estimate. They keep going over, and while the people are suffering, there's bullfrog in the people water. And the people have to be drinking the water. You hear the young man saying, we don't have money to buy water, so we have to just drink it. And he's there to represent, and they tell him to sit down. He said, sit down. I said, sit No, it's a, they don't want. He
So,
is defending people.
Absolutely. So here you got the guy who's standing is clearly a man of the people. The guy who's sitting, right, is probably somebody that went to university, has a degree. So he's caught up in process, right? You know, measurements, statistics, you know, numbers. But that's not reality. The guy literally framed it properly. They're drinking frog water. You know what I mean? You can, but he's not going to hear it. And that's the problem we have all across Barbados. We have all of these degree people. You have a governor of the central bank that, you know, coming out and assessing the economy from a macroeconomic perspective, you know, does not give one iota about the participation or the inactivity rate that should accompany the unemployment rate. But he trumpets that because that's a political talking point. 6% sounds better than to say, hey, look, 6% are looking for work, they're unemployed. It's better than saying, but there are 34% that are inactive, of which there's a large number of young people of working age that have given looking for work. He doesn't want to say that because that doesn't make Mortley and the government look good, right? So he's process driven, he's numbers driven, right? Whereas Professor Michael Howard, Professor Don Blackman, and not Don Blackman, I can't remember his name. It's Professor Don something. I don't remember his name. These guys look at it for what it is. People are suffering. People can't go into the supermarkets, and you're celebrating these macroeconomic numbers. And this is exactly what's being played out here. The counselor, you know, wants to go through a process, and he's looking for immediate. The guy who's standing is looking for immediate relief for his people because, yeah, drinking frog water, not nice.
No. And can you imagine? I was in the kitchen this morning and I thought, can you imagine if the representative for St. Lucie, in all these years that he's been the representative, is it almost 7 years? Well, going over 7 years. If he could stand up for his people in St. Lucie, let me tell you, he would not need to walk any pavement trying to get votes.
Yeah.
If he could seek ways of solving the problem in St. Lucie, more than to be quieting down the people and telling them, go ahead and pay the water bill, even though you're not getting any water, or you can't use the water that you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
That is the problem throughout Westminster systems, throughout societies up and down, large and small, that there are these bottlenecks, these people who are process driven, just gumming up the system and not letting services get to the people, which is what it's all about. And we seem to make these things needlessly complex. You know, what the hell is revised estimates have to do with solving the problem where people something like it, you know, it's just ridiculous. But yeah, thanks. Someone told me the person's name is Dr. Don Marshall. Thanks, Victorious, for reminding me of that.
Yes. Somebody's at a bus stand. He says you're in a bus stand for over 2 hours waiting on a bus. Then a bus that holds 19 people comes to pick up 50 plus people that were there waiting. And the person says, wake up, Bajans better wake up. Me and our puppets don't care. And, you know, that's something that I wanted to show. And I'm trying to remember where it was, Dave. I think I have it on the, we'd have to really look for that one night to show. Adrian, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the people have no public mass transportation. So what happens is that everything is private except the school children. The government subsidizes that, but the parents have to pay monthly for it as well. You know, pay something for it. But when you see the numbers of people just walking miles, when I tell you lots of people, they can't get the bus, doesn't come here anymore because it's not lucrative for the private bus to go to certain areas. So then the people have to walk. When you see mothers and older people walking, I was saddened. I said, that is where they want to take Barbados. You see, that's where they want to take Barbados, because once it's privatized, there are particular areas where that private businessman is going to think, I don't need to service there because we don't get enough passengers. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make business sense. And so you have so many people waiting for hours and hours of buses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's what that man would have done for 25 years. Suppose you see the police station, you would have seen some of that in the video. Windows are out. I'm sure they can lock up anybody in there. You know,
Yeah.
the roof dropping in, all these kinds of, and the hospital in St. Vincent looks like a dump. Honest to God, it looks like a dump, Adrian. And so these are the kinds of services that we are getting throughout the region, and I'm happy that, of course, at the Vincentians they spoke. You know, the pencil, but really you need proper representation. I think is needed.
Absolutely. It's interesting that you refer back to St. Vincent with regards to transportation and tying it back to this whole concept of privatizing the transport board. That's a good observation, one that we should be leery of. There's so many other things that is occurring in St. Vincent that I saw from your videographer work that pertains for Barbados. And actually, I've seen it in St. Lucia from the campaigning perspective, the large billboards. It's a common theme with regards to these red parties and how they campaign, how they conduct their election platforms. And I think it would be instructive for any opposition party in Barbados to dig into these YouTube videos of the ULP and of the St. Lucia Labour Party and how they do their things to learn insight as to what the Barbados Labour Party will be doing, because it's the same set of consultants that would be encouraging their approach to their campaign in Barbados. And by doing that, also take into consideration how the NDP conducted their successful campaign against the Red Federation electoral consulting services, to see if there are best practices that they can bring to bear in their fight against the Barbados Labour Party. So there's a lot of things that are occurring throughout the other Caribbean countries with regards to politics and with regards to policy and legislation that we can learn from. You know, we don't have to wait till we're surprised with Motley coming with it. It is likely that something that has been germinated in another Caribbean country, you know. So paying attention to what's going on, what Skerrit is doing at a policy level in Dominica, what Pierre is doing in St. Lucia at a policy level. All of these are countries run by the red parties, and that will give you an insight as to what's likely coming down the pipe in Barbados from Motley as well.
Yes, most definitely. And I agree with you that I think that there's a lot that we need to go through the videos and find particular themes and study from them. So we can
you know
talk
what's gonna happen though, right? They're gonna go and scrub all those videos off of YouTube so we don't see them.
But you know what?
There is,
we have them.
yeah, there's a treasure trove of
caller. Oh boy, there's a real bad feedback.
Yes, good night to you, Marcia Weeks.
Yes, good night so much. There's a feedback, so tell us quickly because we're hearing a real squeaky noise there.
My gadgets, everything, my electrons, everything turned on and everything. So I don't know.
Yes.
But my name is Terry Hall, and to the Lord gentleman there, blessings going to him also.
Yes.
We're calling to open up people's eyes on a little thing. Labor. My money talking about labor. But people don't know the real meaning of this labor, you know. Labor means take away people's rights and freedom. Also take away opportunities and jobs and etc. And not only that, labor even stands for
pain into society. So I don't know why is it that people will be so edgy when you hear, oh, somebody left the B's or the D's and etc. But the honest truth now, right? Democratic process means that you got freedom or rights of everything.
Yeah.
Right? And people like they're constantly being enslaved. I could put it out. They're always constantly being enslaved. So for them to got freedom and rights is a few strange. They like to be dictated and etc. And that's not a very good thing for a human being to love him or being comfortable with.
Yes, yes. No, but you're right. We have to stop to think what labor means, because that is what they are pushing up and down the Caribbean. And you are so right. We need to stop. What does that actually mean? But I don't know what that's noise that's coming through. But thank you so much, Taroni, for your contribution.
Okay, that's no problem. And blessings once again.
Yes.
I would love everybody to really open up and come out and do the right thing.
Yes.
And come out for the right all the time.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. God bless you. I appreciate you calling. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, positivity.
Yes, sir. Yes, guys, we somebody's asking for the number. I think that is, we would love to hear from you. Josh, you're asking for the number. The number is right there. Make sure you call WhatsApp. That really helps us to hear the call clearer. Call WhatsApp, please. The number is right there. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Go ahead and play the Dave. You said you had a voice note. Go ahead, Dave. Thank you. Dave.
Yep. My people. I want to wish everybody happy independent like holiday today. Enjoy yourself. Be careful. Let me get straight into it. See that one Chad Batman. Oh, you boys. Boy, you Chad Batman. I used to want to that you're desperate to get your name on some kind of building or institution, but we one of them come and do a little renovations from Marie Hall said in Garhill, and then you will come and talk. You cut a ribbon and got a plaque, you put another plaque open by you and just changing the name from a nursery hall to an institution of excellence or some stupidness. This is the kind of foolishness that's going on in Barbados. This is the level I get to, and the people of Barbados can stand for this kind of crap from the BLP administration. You want to tell me that you so desperate you can't wait till your opportunity arrive or come around some new building somewhere that you can actually cut a ribbon and somewhere you put your name to it. You can't be innovative. You can't be original. You can come and take a building that already open by for that short. You can come and get some paint, put on little changes and say you renaming it instead of just in nursing home and institution excellent, and you got your name on a plaque on the building. And this is what Beijing's allowing to happen in this country.
In true Bajan style, you know, Caribbean style, with the troops at the end of it. I think people are actually so somebody sent me that voice note. People are actually seeing through it. There's that noise coming through again, Adrian. I don't know if it's me. I tried to turn off everything by me. Just double check that that it is so. All right, guys, some of you want the number to call in. The number is on the screen. Okay, we have a caller. Good night, caller. Welcome to the Marcia Week Show.
Hi, good night, Marcia.
Good night.
I was the guy that was making the comments about the transport board and the service.
Yes, sir.
I say rather they try to provide.
Mm-hmm.
I started in bus stand the other night, Marcia, and the only thing that happened to me is that water caught my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not something that no happening. I was 53 and from the time I know myself to be catching bus, it has always been this problem.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They bring in these new buses, which in these buses cannot hold the big old people, Marcia.
Mm-hmm.
And then they send a bus to hold people that miss that was there for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So then you're going to pack these people in the bus. And then you see people getting left at the bus stop because they can't hold anymore. All that going through my mind is that these people home in the bed comfortable on the day they got the transportation to get where they want on time.
Yes.
And we, the people, we got to be suffering, Marcia. And them getting on stages and talking fancy. And the people that following them probably got cars and don't have to depend on buses. And we got to be suffering. And then you got women that got to walk because this is a country bus. So these people got to walk along the roads.
Which bus is that? Which line is that?
This is the Bayfield bus.
The Bayfield.
On the bus, I could hear multiple people complaining that it's always a problem with a bus in Bayfield. But if you're parading that there's some 50,000, some amount of money that they don't get to inject in the transport board, right? But just show what are the improvements? These people do not care. And it's time, I hope that this election that people will remember what has been going on and make a change. Because you can't expect to be doing the same thing and expect something different to happen. It is sickening, Marcia, right? It's sickening. And it's time I watch an old woman, she nearly fall down. I ain't saying nothing, I ain't fabricating nothing. I don't have to fabricate anything, Marcia. It has been too long. And then you have the woman on loudspeaker that telling you when a bus come or what time it come and so forth. She can come on the mic and let people know that there's not going to be a bus. They don't come and tell you anything because communication in this country is left not to be desired. We are no longer our own people. We don't really care about each other anymore. So when I should be getting home before 8 o'clock, I get home after 10 o'clock. So to these people, they don't care if we have a life. That's the way it looks to me. I want to see the back of these people, Marcia. I've had enough of it.
Let me ask you something. Did you vote in the last election?
I did not vote. Right? And I'll be honest with you, the reason I didn't vote because I was sick and I was unable to get to vote. But I can be very honest with you. I've lost interest, Marcia. But I can tell you the way things going, right? My vote got to count.
Yeah, you got to use that pencil. You like the man that we...
I can use it. You understand? Because if I got a voice, I have to vote also.
Yes.
That's the way I see it. You understand? I mean, it's pathetic. They just want to get on the surface, but deep down, we got issues that need dealing with, Marcia. Issues that are affecting the average man on the street. And they do not care about the average man on the street. They care about the people that inject their money in the economy and coming in as investors. That's who they care about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I tell you, I understand what you're saying. You know, I remember that when our car was down, I went into the bus stand one night after Praise Academy, and I had to leave. I was coming to St. Philip because Bayfield is in St. Philip. I gave up on that. I never went back there because I would be home on on the last bus because nothing was coming, and you saw people who were with bags, and I don't like to see people suffer. Because I grew up poor.
Got people that got loads.
I grew up poor.
I mean, it's frustrating. You know, I would like to come and put some of them in the bus stand, these politicians, and let them see what people is going to go through. Because they don't know.
It's sad.
And if they do know, they don't care.
Yeah.
You understand? It is sickening, Marcia. It is sickening.
Caller, I feel it.
That's just one issue. When we go in the supermarket, that's a whole different issue that I would not talk about. All right? Just let me see the other day in the supermarket with somebody spends $600 and some dollars. Marcia, 6 bags. And it is getting worse.
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, thank you
Yeah.
for allowing me, and I hope that somebody in the transport board, somebody connected, hear me and try to do something about this.
Yeah,
Because it's also putting people at risk the later you get people home.
yes, it's a very serious problem. We need to do a show. We were planning, Mr. Murray and herself, we're looking at transport and how that's affecting the people in the society. Thank you so much for calling.
All right, no problem. God bless you and
Yes,
everybody.
yes, yes.
Okay, right.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
yeah. Adrian, any thoughts on that? Comment.
Yeah, as I was saying, I said earlier, I know the frustrations are out there, and we have this cultural thing of just walking away from it. And I am here to say that that does not help to change things around. You know, nothing changes, no difference between parties. Policy differences affect daily life, health, education, taxes, infrastructure. These are shaped by who is in power. Voting is the only way to hold leaders accountable and ensure your priorities are represented. If somebody is in government and you are having these types of issues, right, you need to go to the polls and vote them out. You know, up here in my neck of the woods, I don't live in the city of Boston, but I work in the city of Boston. And for a long time, the lower economic communities were poorly poorly serviced with bus service, road repairs, all of these things. They were poorly serviced. Why? Why? Because the poor districts is where the fragmented communities live. You know, where the Trinidadians and the Barbadians and the people from the Philippines. So there's no real community. Everybody doing their separate thing, and as a result, you know, there was nobody harassing the councilmen to bring services to the community. So we didn't get any. All the services went to the more affluent boroughs of Boston. And now that's beginning to change. And it's not even changing because we have people in the community advocating for services. What we have now is people from the community that are on the council who are advocating for the people, and the people are not even asking. There's something about us that doesn't encourage or understanding that we need to agitate for our share of the public spend, so that, bringing it back to Barbados and what the young person just said, and I appreciate your honesty with regards to how you view voting and stuff like that, and I do understand the frustration, but I'm here to tell you, sir, that it's not going to happen overnight.
He actually said that he's going to vote this time around. He said
you gotta, that's the only way. And when you don't vote, there's some people that have this mistaken view, and I know not you don't, but there's some people that have the mistaken view that when the numbers of people who do not vote increase, that would somehow cause the people who benefited from low turnout to do something about it. I'm like, think about this for a minute. Think about it for a minute. I mean, we have the example of the current government only getting 42 point whatever percent, actually a percentage of that, because 42% represent the number of people that went to the polls, and they got all of the power. And you never hear them mention anything. They never lamented the fact that so few people went to the polls. Well, what they do is they praise themselves for winning all 30 seats. So that tells you where their mind is at, you know. So staying away from the polls is not getting through to them. But when you go to the polls and they see the larger numbers, especially when the larger number means that you're not necessarily giving it to them, right? Or that when you start to do, let's say in Lucia, and put an independent in the parliament, right? These are things that will start to lend to them, observing that the stranglehold they have on Barbadians, that it is either B or D, and that we as the B, if we make the D's look bad, we will hold on to power. That dynamic goes away, because now we're not only looking at the B's and the D's, we're looking at independents. We're looking at other parties as well. All of that will lend to a change, or should lend to a change from the two dominant parties, and in this case to the Barbados Labour Party, that if they do not change, you just continue to do what you're doing. More independents, more third parties, more people from the Democratic Labour Party, right? And eventually they will realize that their livelihood is being threatened. Their access to the government trough is being threatened. Their likelihood of getting a pension, because they're now being faced with the possibility of one term if it's a new person coming in, that is being threatened. So that would more likely than not force them to work harder to secure your vote, because now you're exercising your choices, right? So they're going to work harder, and by working harder means that you have a higher probability now of getting the type of services, right, that you deserve. So voting is important. It's a democracy, for crying out loud, folks. And this approach of being frustrated to the point of staying away doesn't affect anybody but you.
Yeah, and good. I love the example that you use from your, in where you live, in the U.S. And that's the way that you have to do it. You have the power of that pencil, and you vote them out. Try somebody else, and that didn't work. Try somebody else, and you keep at it.
Yeah.
You keep at it.
Always remember that a politician is not your friend. You are the ultimate opposition. And that's something I wanted to touch on with you, that I consider myself.
Say that again.
I consider myself, I am an eternal oppositionist. I will never ever support a governing party. Never. That's not my job.
Yes.
Because I know governments, if people are not careful, a government will use the power that is there to benefit all of us. They will use that power to benefit themselves. And we must always be vigilant, because we as human beings, we are social animals. We need each other. But we are also governed by innate greed. We have this propensity that if we can, we will, and we are allowed to, that we would use the resources of the group. We will use the resources of the society for our personal benefit. And as a result, we have to be vigilant. We have to be vigilant. And that's why I always say I am an eternal oppositionist. My job as an active voter citizen is to keep my eyes on the government for how they spend our tax dollars. Because what they do, what they legislate, affects how well I live, right? Because they're either going to tax me more, sewage tax, that I should, that's taxation without representation. I'm paying the sewage tax, right? All because we have a government that says it's right. We need to vote them out for that, right? And the other things, people who rely on transportation, you can't get proper transportation. That is their role. No, they want to privatize it because they want to wash their hands of it. I'm like, okay, but you're not doing the social things that is traditionally the responsibility of a government. You want to wash your hands of them, so you shouldn't be in government. So I would vote you out for just wanting to privatize something as social necessity as public transportation. That alone disqualifies you from getting my vote. And that's how we have to get. These people are not your friends. They're not your friends. And the mere fact that they are willing, some of them are willing to come and give you a $50, $100, buy you a round of drinks, a set of blocks or some galvanized, is to buy your vote. And when you accept those things, you are literally telling these people that's a transaction. Because when I buy something, I own it. So if you sell me your vote, then I don't care what you think, because I bought it, right? So when you do that and then expect these people to do right by you, you're fooling yourself. It doesn't work that way, right? So I as much as you may be hurting financially, and there's this necessity that if someone comes to you and offer you some money that you feel obligated to vote for them, I'm saying to you, do what you got to do, but hold your vote to yourself. Don't ever sell your vote. Don't ever sell your vote. And I'm not telling you not to take money from them, but I'm just telling you don't sell your vote. Pick cents from that. Pick cents from that, right? I always say, this is the last thing I will finish on this, an example of how you can deal with this. I once used to live at someone, and by merely living there, they were doing me a favor. And it reached the point where every decision I make, they wanted to be involved, to the point where they were critical of everything that I was doing. And I had to say to that person that, hey, look, I might have been at your mercy and need your assistance, whereas I was standing on one foot, unable to walk, and you helped me to draw that second foot down and allow me to walk. But no, you're kicking me on my feet, and I don't like it. And if you think that because you did right for me and helping me to walk, helping me to draw down that second foot so I can walk, that allows you to kick me, no, it's not going to work. And that's why I'm saying these types of things help you to transition through what these elites are doing to us, where because a politician helps you, you feel obligated to that person, even though they're doing wrong by you in other ways. They're doing wrong by you in your community, your constituency, and your country, that you still feel obligated because they give you that little personal help. I'm saying no, you can rise above that. You can acknowledge that they did you a personal favor, but because they're doing these other things that are wrong, they can't get your vote. And there's nothing wrong with that. They may want to make you feel bad for making that decision or turning your backs on them as a result of them helping you. But if in your mind you've decided that the things that they're doing wrong outweighs the help that they give you, let that be your guide. Follow that path, and don't buy into this thing that, I am wedded to these people no matter what. We do this even in our families. We have family members that are, my brother or they're my sister or whatever, but they are a vexation to your spirit. And we allow these people to continue to be a vexation to our spirits simply because there's a title associated to that person. There's some relative of yours. And I'm saying to people, no, nobody's entitled to make your soul vexatious. And if they continue to do it, you have the responsibility to yourself and to your health to cut them off. Cut them off. And if you are mandated to do that to a family member, what is a politician? What is you may have some affinity for a political party, but the particular representative you have is not the right one. Don't vote for him. Don't even stay home. Send a message to the party. If you want me to vote for my party again, send me a representative that I can feel comfortable giving that vote to. But until you do that, I ain't voting for you. I'm voting for the next fella. Always vote. Always vote. Anyway, enough preaching.
Yes, right. Yes. Wow. I tell you, I mean, that what you just shared there, Mr. This is what I'm saying, that I want us to understand something about team and about our contribution and what everybody does. And the callers, you bring an element to the show that is so important. Each caller, each of you, when you call, those of you type. Some people can't call because of your work situation and the level of victimization that occurs in Barbados. I understand that, but some of you type. Whatever contribution you make to the show is so important. Mr. Bob's contribution is important, who could not be on tonight. Mr. Murray, who was prepared to come on to talk about independence, because we were doing this St. Lucia tonight. He could not. I told him hold off, and he said, Marcia, I figured we were going to do that. Adrian, who I can call on the fly. Adrian, come on, and we're going to talk about around St. Lucia, talk about voting and encouraging the people to vote and to use their rights and, all of that. I want to thank everybody. Maxine McLean, who, could not be on tonight. Folks, I want to thank every single one of you, because Adrian, you have a role to play, because you are getting into the psyche of the Barbadian, and I think it's important, very important. You said something here. The politician is not your friend.
No.
Can we just let that sink in for a while? The politician is not your friend. So when you're going to join up with these people who are going to curse this show and curse me for bringing truth to you, they're not happy with what we're bringing to you, you know, because they're not your friend. They're there to take care of themselves. You understand? You have to understand that when they come around and they're smiling because they're smiling with you, doesn't mean that they're your friend or because they did something for you. You understand? It's taxpayers' money anyway, and we need to continue this kind of conversation. We need to continue to have that, you know, before we go on, because it's 10:06. I want to take 2 minutes. Can you all respond to that? This idea that a politician is not your friend. Do you all agree with that? Because I'm not into this just being a talk shop. Let's close out with that question. Do you all believe what Adrian has just said? The politician is not your friend. How many of you, if you disagree with it, you can disagree and tell us why you disagree. Dalton says, Adrian, you are correct. Josh said the politician they are my workers, they're my employees. You know, but you know, we say this now and then we get caught up in the personality and we like this person. I want to ask you though, Tanisha, yes, I see. John B. Nathan, but are they your friends? I want to answer. I want you to think about it. Angela, I see what you wrote there, but that's not the question I asked. Are these politicians your friends? Yes. Exactly. And because I support you, don't mean I can't critique you. Because I support you, don't mean that I'm going to idolize you. To support you don't mean I'm going to idolize you. And so let that sink home. That's the big one for tonight. Okay? Yeah. But we're closing out, guys, and we don't have the final number of seats won, but we do know that red is the mood in St. Lucia, and the people are wanting to Mr. Pierre, and you know, and that's their choice. That's a choice that they are making in St. Lucia. Of course, we would like to see the people themselves rise up against opposition. Okay. Yes. And they need to stop with this anti thing. You're not family nor friends. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. She's not your auntie. It's a lie. Oh, and we got to do a lot more of these shows, Adrian.
Yeah.
We need to do a lot more of them. Yeah. Well, guys, this is where we come to the end. We've come to the end of tonight, and we just want to thank everybody for joining in. And thank you all so very much. Thank you, Dave. It's a holiday, but we still wanted to do something, you know, and we're back up again on Wednesday and on Friday. All right. So bless you all. I don't know, Dave, do we have any music tonight?
My number money. Whoa, but party, party, something money, party, something money, please, yeah, you know, party, hey, talking on the party, hey, talking on the party, my nanny, why, wait, so, talking on the party, so, talking on the party, talking on the party, so, my neighbor. Woman like me got these same problems, thought we were keeping on the bees, but we be still making no honey. We ain't getting no money, so we want to know who the bees working for, who getting all the honey, and who making all of you got bees who ain't making no honey, we ain't getting no money. What you gonna do but smoke them out, 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 smoke them out. What then, honey? Where is the queen bee? She's still flying all over the place on expensive private jets, using taxpayers' money. She in care, cause the eye can make honey. If she in there, she forget that we hire she to make honey, so that we could make money. We want to know what the workers doing. If we hive up no honey, we started a fire to smoke them out and not getting attacked by stinging bees who are disguised as honey bees. So we want to know who the bees working for, who getting all the honey, and who making all of the money. Yeah. Jump in on me, jump in on me, jump in on my, jump in on the honey, jump, quiet. Jump in on it, jump in on the honey, jump in on it, jump in on my neighbor, poor man like me, got these same problems, but we work it being honeybees. We be seen making no honey, we ain't getting no money. So we want to know who the bees working for, who getting all the honey, and who making all of the money. If you got bees who ain't making no honey, you ain't making no money. What you gonna do but smoke them out, 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 smoke them out. Finally, where is the queen bee? She's still flying all over the place on expensive private jets, using taxpayers' money. She in care, cause the eye can make honey. If she in there, she forget that we hire she to make honey, so that we could make money. We want to know what the workers doing. If we hive up no honey, we started a fire to smoke them out and now getting attacked by stinging bees who are disguised as honey bees. So we want to know who the bees working for, who getting all the honey, and who making